Okay, there we go. Guys, we're live. Sorry about the potato quality. That is going to get better. How's my autofocus doing there? Hey guys, welcome to the stream. I'm Brayathorn and we're doing a build. It's been a while. It's been a minute since we've done a live build on stream, but it is time once again. And just like the last 2 times I've done a live build, it's in a HYTE case. I think I put in the description that the last time I did a live build was in the Revolt 3, but no, that is not true. The last time I did a live build was actually on the Team Excluded channel, and we were doing a giveaway build in the Y60 that was custom wrapped by Candy Berry. It was awesome. And yeah, now we're right back at it, doing another live build in the Y70 Touch that just launched today. Now, you guys let me know if the quality is still potato. James Nimbo. We have only just begun. And I'm so glad that this, okay, I was glad to see people hop back in because I saw it at like 40 people waiting, and then it dropped down to like 21 right when I started to stream, and I was like, oh no, my fragile content creator ego. But yeah, I'm an hour late. I can't really expect to have a whole lot of people here. Plus, I didn't end up streaming on Twitch because Restream is something that you don't just do without testing. I definitely should have tested that, but here we are. So, how have you guys liked the coverage so far of the Y70 Touch? I thought Roby's video was great, but then again, I am a bit biased when it comes to Roby. He's one of my favorites, absolutely. I know that Ed did a video of Tech Source, and I haven't gotten to see that one yet, because I was preparing for this. We will be mounting coolers on the top. Jeff says Jeff DeVoe. What's up, Jeff? How's it going, my friend? We have a call to get on, by the way. TwitchCon plus preparing for this. That's why I wasn't like, yeah, let's do that right away. Sorry about that. But yeah, we will be mounting the cooler on top. That's right. Ameridan, what's up? How's it going? Elicard, Smoke Animations, how you doing? Renee Carrera, hope Raythorn gives us an update on the SkyTech Prism 3 CPU cooler. So that's the update, says Jeff, mounting the cooler on the top. That is the CTO of SkyTech Gaming, the Chief Technology Officer of SkyTech Gaming right there. Here to hang out while I do a PC build to show that, you know, I'm not just, I don't just talk the talk. I can build. I can build. So, right. Funny story about the build. So, this case was provided to me by HYTE, and it was provided to me free of charge. However, no money changed hands. There was no financial incentive for me to alter my opinions to benefit HYTE. You know, I know the people over there at HYTE, and I'm also the type of person that if I'm your best friend, I will tell you if you messed up too. Because that's what good friends do. I don't try to hide the fact that I know people that I'm familiar with people in the industry. I just let you know straight up that does not affect my ability to provide constructive criticism wherever necessary. So that's what's going on with the HYTE case. Here's the thing. We will talk a lot more about the HYTE case. Of course, this whole stream is about that. But there's something about being a still relatively small content creator, relative to your Linus Tech Tipses and your Gamers Nexi, okay? I just, you know, spent money on going to TwitchCon, and I didn't even get to be there the whole time because I had to come back and prep for this. And I mean, it's expensive to do content creation. It's Google AdSense ain't all that. I'll tell you that. Thankfully, Operation Code Braithorn does help a lot, and it allows me to do things like going to TwitchCon. But I put all that right back into the channel, so there's not a lot of leeway on that. Anyway, there's a little phrase called component support, and that's when a brand will be like, "Oh, you have a project coming up? We'd like to offer some component support. What parts do you need?" I don't really get that very often. iBuyPower did it once, and it was awesome. Twice, actually, with the Revolt 3, and then they also did it by providing the Y60 case. And they all, technically, this is component support because they're providing me a case, but they also want me to do content on it, so it's not quite the same thing. There's one main brand that has actually sent me a whole bunch of parts in order to do a build. And it's a little awkward, okay? Anyone who knows a little bit about the industry will understand why I'm calling it awkward when I say that many of the parts for this build were provided by the fine folks over at NZXT. Sorry. Here's why that's awkward, and it's really, there's actually some poetry to this, okay? NZXT and iBuyPower, which is basically like the soil from which HYTE sprung forth, okay? NZXT and iBuyPower have history, and you know, there are some links between the two companies, and when it comes to HYTE and NZXT, there's even more of one. And as a matter of fact, the design language for both brands bears very similar DNA. In fact, the same DNA. The lead architect over at HYTE, Rob Teller, used to design products over at NZXT. So the design language that you see over at NZXT that is part of their aesthetic, part of the whole thing, and also just product design in general, that has carried forth from back when Rob was there, and now he's putting his signature on every product over at HYTE. He's a lead architect there. You like the Y60? You like the Y40? You like the new Y70 Touch? Which we'll find out because we're going to build in it. Well, there's an amazing team over there, but you can also thank Rob, who plays a big part in you know, in leading those projects. So I think instead of this being an awkward thing where I'm going to be using an NZXT motherboard, power supply, AIO, and fans in the Y70, the Y70 Touch, instead of that being awkward, I say it is poetic. It is appropriate because you, and I mean you, if you are going to do something like a PC build or spec out a system of your own, it's very likely you'll be able to go onto iBuyPower's website in some point soon and spec out a PC in the Y60 using NZXT components, because they do carry NZXT components over at iBuyPower. So nothing weird about this. Moving on. Moving on. Okay. Oh, I should have been recording all that, but you know what? I'm starting now. I sure hope we have full quality over here, because my playback here is not showing up all that great. Guys, are you getting full-on 4K? You're supposed to be getting 4K. Is that what you're getting? Jeff says, I have the Y70 in my home build. Interesting. Interesting. What other events are you planning, Braithorn? Well, we'll talk about that later. We are... everybody go ahead and say hi, YouTube, because that's what's happening. This is going to be an eventual full video. Now, let's talk about the parts. Okay, you know what? Forget that. We're going to talk about the case first. That's what we're doing first after I hydrate in my TwitchCon bottle, which TwitchCon was fun. I had a good time there. It was really tiring, though. And for the record, I hate Vegas. I hate Vegas. I was too old for Vegas in my mid-20s, all right? I'll tell you what, Dave, thank you, by the way, Dave, for pushing that. Guys, drop those likes if you like this so far. If you like the vibe, we're not rushing things. We're not in it. I mean, okay, you know what? We are kind of in a hurry, a certain hour late. But if you like what we're doing here, please drop a like. It does let other people know cool stuff is going down right here. All right? Look at that. Bamboo. Lazy Susan. I had an idea, by the way, because, and this is a slight segue, a slight detour here, okay? Tangent, if you will. Because I've been thinking about, I can't just do t-shirts and hoodies and stuff. Everybody does that. But certain companies, you know, make their own stuff. I thought it'd be awesome to make a Brayathorn, sort of think of it like a lazy Bray, all right? Custom designed for PC modding, fixing, and building. And one of the main things I would want would be a really easy to engage and disengage brake. Like a brake that stops it from spinning. Okay, so you want something really durable and smooth, that moves really smoothly, and it has the ability to sort of like stop where it's at, because on these things, it's very good. It helps my back a lot to use this. But when I'm trying to like screw something in and just start spinning and I'm like, ugh, what would y'all think about that? I think it'd be pretty cool. You can even just leave your PC on it, on your desk. So if you need to plug something in, you just go like, whoop. Just be careful with your cables. Okay, so let's get the case over here first. Let's take a look at that. And there it is. Oh, that's the back of it, isn't it? Okay. There we go. That is the Y70 Touch. Basically, take the Y60, expand it in pretty much every dimension, and add a 10-point touchscreen, 14-inch, 4K, as in, basically, you have, what is the exact resolution? I'll look that up so I can say it so it can be in the video. But you have essentially a 14-inch, 4K, 10-point touchscreen here that is going to work with the HYTE Nexus app to provide widgets, so you don't have to go get, you know, Ada64 and have something like set up your own, you know, monitoring screen. It's just done for you. Amazing, amazing stuff. Really cool. And I've gotten to get a really good look at this. I got some excellent B-roll for this. There was actually supposed to be a video for this, but logistically, there were some logistical issues that kept me from being able to do that. But we're here, we're doing this live, and I think that's more appropriate since that's how I apparently review HYTE cases, live builds. So what we're looking at here is vertical depth, length expansion here, so that you can fit now, this has now 4 vertical PCIe slots here for your Gigantor GPUs, which they're everywhere, all right? Plus, you can fit up to a 360 millimeter all-in-one liquid cooler radiator there, and fans on the side, and of course on the top. You could even put 3 120 millimeter fans in the bottom, and they have opened up the sort of plastic pattern that's there to provide more airflow directly up into the GPU. There are some other small quality of life features that have been changed, but those are the main things. Now, how exactly does this screen connect to everything? Well, I'm glad you asked, probably. There are cables already run within the PC that connect for USB Type-C and DisplayPort right here. And this is going to go from here into the GPU. I've set it, look, this right here, I recently pulled this screen from an old build, and I basically had, it was in the back as close as you could get to where it needs to plug in, and these were still just hanging out at the back of the PC. All right? This is super clean. Super clean. I was actually thinking about maybe putting this one in there, but then I could only connect 2 monitors, and that's just ridiculous. I like a lot of monitors. So we're going to explore the case more as we're building in it. So what we should do in the meantime, of course, one feature that we got to talk about, of course, is, well, the fact that this is the Snow White edition. Which one did you think I was going to get? Come on. It films better. To me, I prefer the aesthetic, but these are so easy to take off. There's some force involved. I'm not saying that they all fall off. I'm just saying that it is not as much effort as it could be. But the color matched, as they say, luxury PCIe riser cable that mounts right here to the bottom of the case, to the floor of the case right here, right above where the fans would be. So you have to mount your GPU vertically here, okay? That's just the way it goes. Of course, and I really like this because these is something they had in the previous version as well. HYTE, these thumb screws, I don't think they should be this tight, but they should be thumb unscrewable IMO. Also, look, I told you guys, I don't hold back when I have criticism. This is the Snow White case. What's this? What is that? Why is that? Why is that a thing? You just get the metal colored screws. It would look better. Every single screw in this case is black. Like it just clashes with the case. Like this, look, we're not going to mince words here, okay? This case costs $359.99. That right there, that doesn't add up. Now, you can get your own captive thumb screws and replace them here if you want, but I don't think anybody should have to, in my humble opinion. Anyway, when you get to the price point, and yes, right here, this screen is expensive. A lot of that price is right here, and we'll discuss that later. But when you're in the range of $360, you're playing in an entirely different game there, an entirely different field. And you're playing against some pretty big names out there, all right? So details matter. You look at a high-end Lee & Lee case, these would be silver. Tell me I'm wrong. Now, this is a nice touch, though. That's just a hard drive or SSD sled right there. But that's nice. Which way is right? Is there you go. Okay. So this is not. I mean, one of the whole things that the Y60 was praised for was attention to detail. However, the Y60 didn't launch with a Snow White edition. That came far later. Everything is when it comes to your primary panels tool list to remove them. If you want to remove the front glass or the screen, you do need a screwdriver, which, of course, you probably have, right? DisplayPort 1.4. DSTs, I don't know, but I mean, you're not going to be necessarily, I mean, I believe it's a refresh rate of 60 hertz, so doesn't quite need to be, does it? Well, 1.4 actually is what it should be, I should say, because black screws will work on every color. They don't work on this color, Jeff. And there's no all-white components, so in the end, it's not really going to matter. Jeff, think about this, though. Some brands are pushing it that way, even with like Gigabyte and their new motherboards. But also, I mean, you're not looking at components back here, and you're not generally looking back here. But, and I will say, most of the screws are not going to be visible when it's put together. But I'm just saying, if you're going to be, you can't, when you're manufacturing a case, HYTE doesn't manufacture motherboards. Their AIO is not out yet. So what they can account for is their own manufacturing, and if they're at this level of price, I think the details are important. I think the details are always important at any price, but whatever. Let's go ahead and continue. Okay. Now, one detail that I do really like is this fin right here. This sits up against that rear, that right side panel. Is it a rear panel when you have this sort of weird angle? Whatever. The right side panel, so you actually have sequestered airflow right here, sort of directed airflow. So it's not going to be pulling in hot air from the power supply. It's going to be getting fresh air through the filter, and let's talk about that filter. As far as I can determine, it is still permanently attached to the side panel. This is a massive L IMO. It's not a huge deal because there's nothing electronic on this. You could technically take the side panel out and spray it down with a hose. But like, do you really want to, like, this is hard to dry properly. You got to like leave it off for a while. You use a hair dryer or something because any droplets of water could get like sucked right into the PSU because this filters for the PSU too. And I mean, even if you wash off a regular filter, it doesn't have all these crevices and stuff. It's just a sheet of the filtration material. It's a lot easier to make sure that's dry. This has a lot of crevasses here, all right? I'm not a fan of that. I think that it should be a removable filter. Yes, this thing is all mesh. It's like the whole thing, yeah. So make a large framed removable filter. If you create a problem, don't just ignore that problem. I mean, if you don't think it's a problem, I guess that's my problem, right? But guys, I'm just sharing my opinions with y'all. You don't have to agree. Same thing on the top. Now, the side, whatever. I recommend that everybody basically use this, like these fan mounting positions right here, as intake anyway, right? So that needs to be filtered. You don't need to keep dust in your system. In fact, you probably want to do the opposite. Now, some people might say like, oh, well, this keeps stuff from falling into your PC. Well, you can just do something like a sort of a hole mesh. I mean, at $360, this is plastic, dude. This is plastic at $360. It feels like there might be, I mean, it looks like maybe there's a wrapping of metal on there, actually. I guess it's plastic and metal. But I can see where they have two layers. Here. Okay, you can see it. You can literally see it. There is a plastic layer here that they basically like kind of spot welded into there, it seems. You know, like plastic welded or glued or whatever. How hard would it have been to make this removable so people could run without it? Because this mesh right here, this kind of surface, even with canned air, this can be pretty hard to clean thoroughly. All of those crevices, are you kidding me? But if you're able to remove a filter, you can then untrap any trapped dust bunnies right out of there and just blow that out, get this thing, wipe it down, wash it, whatever you want. It was my main complaint with the Y60, and it is now my main complaint with the Y70 Touch. Just forced filtration. You don't need to filter your exhaust, and as a matter of fact, you want it to be as unrestricted as possible because, I mean, fans already have enough trouble getting through radiators without a lot of static pressure, and a lot of fan manufacturers are just kind of going for a sort of a one solution type of fan where it's a jack of all trades, master of none. Used to be a big thing back in the day where it would be like, these are my airflow fans, these are my static pressure fans. Now it's just like, these are my fans. JR says removable is the way. I agree. But Stormtrooper build, hey, well, guess what, Jeff? They have a black and white case. Just get that one. But if you're going to go with a snow white case, if you see freshly fallen snow and there's a bunch of little black dots in it, maybe, you know, don't go in that snow. I don't know what that would be. I don't know where I'm even going with that comment. All right, so we've taken a look at the case. I've griped a lot. So now it's time to, someone just did likes. I appreciate that. Plastic still looks good. It looks like it has a very thin metal sheeting around it. And actually, here's what I think it is. I will show you, Mike. It does still look good. It looks amazing, all right? And for the fact that they have mixed materials here and it has a consistent color, that's where all the work is when it comes to making a white product. But if you look right here, This is the metal part right here. This is all plastic and mesh. This, basically, the frame around it seems to be the metal part. Like, I can see the separation there. I could be wrong. In fact, I have been wrong. It looks like maybe there's a thin sheet of metal over the whole thing, actually. But why not just make it removable then? Well, whatever. You know what? I've said my piece. All right? So, yeah, it looks like there is a thin layer of metal over the whole top. So, you know what? I was wrong about that part. And let me look at the side here. I want to see, before I make any claims about that, I need to verify that. So it looks like here as well, we have a thin metal layer that goes, yep, it's all the way around the side there. So, yeah, you know what? It's not just plastic. But look, there's already like an eyelash stuck in there. You can't see it, but I can. It's going to drive me nuts. Okay, moving on. All right, so that's, so now looking at the case here, let's go ahead and go back to this camera. Just to show you what we have here. These are the two bays here for putting storage. This is where your power supply goes. And there, of course, is a ton of room here. Plus, really, really nice grommets. One thing HYTE does super well is the grommets that they use maintain their shape whether or not you have running cables through them. So you don't see them like bulging out when you run cables through. And you know, your two cables going to the screen are already nicely managed. And they, like, you've got your DisplayPort cable here. And the USB Type-C cable. Wow, that's all wound up. We'll take a look at that later when we're actually running the cables. But that's wound up right here. Plus, for our front I/O, we're going to have two USB 3.0s and one USB Type-C, plus a combined headphone microphone jack. And the power button is actually, supposedly, a blue clicky, like, keycap switch. Hold on, listen. When it's plugged in, maybe don't do that. But I think they were going for that whole, like, oh, so satisfied kind of thing. Okay, so you are the star of the show, but we're going to need to hand over the stage to our components now, all right? Let's go do that. So let's take a look at what's going into this beast. So for our motherboard, this is the N7Z790. And yeah, Jeff, if you like a Stormtrooper build, this is the motherboard for a Stormtrooper build, 100%. And as I mentioned, any NZXT parts I have here, there is one that I purchased, and I'll tell you which one that is. Well, one and three fans, but this was provided by NZXT right here. And this is going to give you, let's see, of course it's LGA 1700, so we're going to be running an Intel 13th gen processor for this. I'll go over that in a bit. But let's see, a few features. You do have PCIe 5.0 X16 for your primary GPU slot. Two PCIe 4.0 X16 slots that one is going to run, that both run at X4 mode, which is good. Let's see. So you have a M.2 socket key E that supports Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. Basically, you have a replaceable slot for replaceable Wi-Fi in there. It should be integrated, but we'll look at that. Okay, so my favorite thing about this, though, is that they understand the limitation of your Alder Lake and Raptor Lake, where you're limited on the number of PCIe 5.0 lanes to 16. So they don't touch those. The primary CPU-linked M.2 socket is Gen 4. So no chance of bifurcating it. And yes, some motherboards that have a Gen 5 slot, you can make sure you're using a Gen 4 drive and that it's set to Gen 4 mode and it won't bifurcate your X16 slot for the GPU. But not all of them do that. I can tell you from experience. Not even 14th gen. Yeah, I know. That case deserves a 14900K. Well, DSTs, I'll tell you right now, it is getting a 14900K. Except that it's a 13900K. But also, it's still kind of a 14900K. Trust me on that, okay? It is not that different. We're talking 3% difference in performance and an equivalent increase in heat. 6 up, half a dozen down. The clicky switch makes sense for PC cases. It does, though. The bottom group for cable management is nice. It is. Yeah, and they have some Velcro straps down there as well to help with that. 10-year endurance unique. What is that, a magnifying front panel? Not magnifying. No, I don't think so. Mr. Guillotine says, what? No 14th gen? Psh. Yeah, psh, is that exactly what I'm thinking. That would have a 14700K for extra E-cores, but I can see 13th gen as well when the sales take effect on those CPUs. Yeah, I mean, one of the primary benefits of 14th gen processors from this generation of Intel is that the fact that it'll drop prices on 13th gen. I was just at Best Buy earlier, and I did see that. Yeah. But no, I mean, I have a 14700K. It's just in a different PC. This one is, I'm using that to stream right now. Do y'all want me to get that out in the middle? I can't. It's in use right now. It's busy. Okay. So that's their motherboard. Neat. Okay, and I've already told you about the CPU. 13900K. There you go. What about the GPU? If this one looks familiar to you, shut up. Don't say anything. But you have a Gigabyte Aero 4080, and it's going to look awesome in this case. So there is that. Absolutely, an absolute chonker. Look at this thing. I mean, look, that's 2 PCIe slots, okay? Let me get this thing out here so I don't have to look for it every time. That is 2 PCIe slots right there. All right, that's what we're looking at. Good Lord. But it's a gorgeous GPU. Man, look at this. And you got that kind of like rainbow effect on the Aero right there on the label. I've always liked the Aero stuff from Gigabyte, so this should look amazing in here. I'd take the 14700K out so at least it's current. It is current. This is current. Like, because I'm going with the i9, it's the same thing. It is the same CPU. I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, do y'all not watch any other PC videos other than mine? I mean, okay. Now, how are we going to cool this beast? Well, that's a funny story there. So I had provided to me by NZXT the 280 millimeter Kraken Elite 280 RGB. However, this doesn't fully, although this would cool really well, it doesn't fully utilize the side intake if I were to do it that way. But also, it would just look weird in the top if I don't use a 360 IMO. So I went and I bought the 360. Oh well. And in order to populate those side intakes, I got 3 matching 120 millimeter fans right there. And guess how I'm going to get the bottom 2 fans? Because I'm going 140s in the bottom. I'm going to pull them out of this guy right here. Thanks, NZXT. I mean, look, HYTE, if you would rather I had used your AIO, you could have sent me one. It's just not released yet. Also, as far as I know, this is not even in conflict with the thick AIO that they're releasing, because as far as I know right now, no plans to release a 280 or a 360. They're going with thickness, not outer dimensions. I will need you, so don't go anywhere. And powering it, guess what? NZXT sent me the C1200 Gold. I'm happy about this because it has native 12VH PWR. I even got, oh boy, I don't know if this is a mistake or not, but I even got from Easy DIY Fab, clearly a brand absolutely known for rock solid performance and quality. I got this little 180 millimeter adapter for the 12 VHP. I hope it works. I just couldn't get a cable mod v1.1 version in time. So this was next day shipping. So I got this. I was actually going to use this. This is a Streamer Plus V2, 12 VH PWR connector, and it's the thinner one with like 8 RGB lines on it, and it looks so good. But that was when I was going to go with Lee and Lee fans, and I could not get the Lee and Lee fans in time. And I do not want to have multiple ecosystems here. We're already going to be running the HYTE Nexus app and then the NZXT app. So yeah, we'll just deal with that. Okay, so cool, neat. All right. But yeah, 1200 watts, 80 plus gold, meaning that this should get about 90% efficiency running at 50% load. Very good efficiency. Nice. And supposed to run pretty quietly as well, which is also important, especially if you're a content creator. I'm just saying. Okay, what am I forgetting? Oh yeah, storage. I have a... it's just in here. I've already formatted it, but it's a 2 terabyte Inland Performance Plus. 2 terabyte. Yes, I got to go over RAM too. I know. But this is the Performance Plus. So you get, if I'm not mistaken, about 7,000 megabytes per second on sequential reads. If I'm incorrect on that, someone verify that. And you know what? Yeah, I'm putting this one out to you, chat, because I didn't just buy this. I mean, I've had it, but I formatted it. Let me know what the 2 terabyte specifically read-write speeds are, sequential read-write speeds are for the Performance Plus, the Inland Performance Plus. That's basically the Micro Center in-house brand. Because if you go to 1 terabyte, you'll notice that the speeds are slightly slower. And RAM. Well, I was supposed to get some RAM provided to me by one manufacturer. That's another. There's another manufacturer that does consistently provide me with things when I need them, which I don't often need them for builds, but they weren't able to send it, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to go with the RAM that I have. That it was gonna look really good too. It was gonna match the build, but the only RAM that I have that's close to matching the build is this G.Skill Trident Z5 RGB. And this is DDR5 6000 CL30, so it's fast and high frequency, but it's not the most stable stuff in town. Should look good, though. When the other stuff comes in, I will promptly replace it. Trust me. Okay, so. The stage is set. I'm not really displaying this to its best advantage. There we go. The stage is set. We have all our components. We have our beautiful HYTE Y70 Touch to do the build. We're going to go ahead and get started. What do you guys think? I have that cooler braid thorn. Let me know if you want me to print you a pump cover with your name on it in purple. Oh, that'd be awesome, Dan. I'd love that. Don't need length when you got thick. You know what? A la carte, I'd rather go for a little column A, a little bit of column B, personally, but you know. Yeah, I want to get that one. I'm going to nickname it Girth Brooks. It's just, the dimensions on that HYTE AIO are crazy. We're talking about the kind of dimensions you see on some of the more outlandish custom loop cooling component, like radiators out there, and it's ridiculous. And this is my little box of just loose RAM that I've got. Oh, I've also got these. And yes, I know, they're not purple, okay? This is such a clean build. I was like, you know what? I'm going outside what I would normally do, and I'm going with white cables on this one. So just some Asia Horse sleeved cable extensions. Simple enough. I actually meant to put the combs in these earlier and kind of train them earlier, but we'll get to do that live on stream. Why not? Wow, that was violent. Well, we know at least my water bottle is excited for this. Okay. Oh, I do also have some bonus goodies that you guys will see later in the build if you stick around. Excuse me. Okay. Let me put this in a safe place. I'm gonna need you first. It's one thing I like about using wood here. Non-conductive, softer than most solder joints. I'm still gonna use a box though. Okay, sounds good, Dan. Appreciate that. I did have a company reach out to me that does like their own version of like a Glowforge, but like budget version of it. And I was interested because I have other custom mod build things coming up before the end of the year, which is fast approaching. So I'm like, maybe that's a good idea. Might make for a fun little video. Now this one, I did take the wrapping off. I did open it up because the N7 is a beautiful motherboard. I remember talking to some of the fine folks over at HYTE about like, hey, why don't you guys do a motherboard? And it's like, well, there's a lot of complication to that. Like, no, this is just manufactured by ASRock. You just get another motherboard manufacturer to do it for you. And then you worry about the aesthetics. All right, come on, let's go. See, I packaged it up. I packaged it back up very nicely. As a matter of fact, we're going to get that opening on the top-down cam. How about that? All right. It's running a little bright. One second. Let me adjust that a bit. If I can. Oh, it's because I have color correction on. Okay, well, I wish I'd known that before. Way to go, Bray. Way to go. Oh, I didn't mean to minimize that. I do need to look at it. Okay. At least the cooler fan screws are black. They will match. Will they? Yeah, I'm fixing that problem. I've even got thumb screws in here. These guys, you can get a kit of assorted PC screws and standoffs and stuff on Amazon for a few bucks. Pretty handy to have around if you like to mod or build. Okay, let's open this guy up right here. So one cool thing that they did here was they provide you with a foam backing for building on, which is really nice. Oh yeah, I was like, where are the accessories? Okay, they're in here. Okay, looking at the extras that you get, let's take a look. So we have some SATA cables here. This right here, I would say, is not my favorite kind of Wi-Fi antenna. I prefer to see this type, like right here. See this? When you have these connections here on a cable, you can then place this in a more optimal position to get better signal. These just get stuck behind your PC, and the signal has to fight, depending on where your Wi-Fi router is located or your access point is located. The signal usually has to fight through a PC, which is designed to fight against, EMI, electromagnetic interference, which Wi-Fi signals can be considered that at times. So, yeah, not ideal. Don't like those. And then you've got, looks like M.2 standoff, M.2 screw, M.2 screw. I hope you guys have some kind of solution for easily installing M.2 drives, like most motherboard manufacturers have at this point. I'm talking to NZXT here. You got your manual and looks like another M.2 screw. Oh boy, I am not optimistic now. We will see. We will see. We will not assume. Yeah, let's just keep this out and put this away. What you want for setting up your motherboard, installing your RAM, all that stuff, you want a surface that is softer than the solder joints. Oh, I forgot to put this in there. Okay, cool. Awesome. Love that. Love that. So we definitely have that now. So looking at this, I wonder if I can zoom in here real quick. I am using kind of a temporary solution for the top-down camera here because I have another camera that I can actually, let me try busting that out here, actually. Let me just try swapping this camera real quick. Or adding this one. Give me just a second, guys. This could very well be worth it. Okay, let me just take off the variable ND filter on here because it's not quite optimal. Also, don't worry, I'll fiddle with this. It'll look great. It'll look awesome. Don't you worry. Man, I don't mess with this camera as often anymore, so okay. I'll have to go to the oh, that'll do. Okay. All right, let me just adjust this. I could even move this out like right here. I really need to get a wireless HDMI. That's what I need to get. Some kind of wireless HDMI interface thingy. Okay. And transform and fit to screen. And then move that. There we go. Okay. So this is going to give you a much closer look at what I'm looking at here. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? Love it. Okay, cool. So this, of course, is the N7 Z790 right here. LGA 1700. Basically, these, if I'm not mistaken, are just magnetic. So that just comes off right there. But then there are screws holding it down because now, big upgrade over the like I had the N7 B550 and I loved that motherboard. However, it did not have any kind of thermal interface for the drive underneath that cover. So all it was basically a hot box for that drive. Not ideal, that's for sure. So this is a vast improvement for sure. So I'm just taking a quick look under here. There you go. So that right there is your direct to CPU Gen 4 M.2 socket right there. We're just going to keep taking this apart right here. I'm only putting in the one drive, but I'm trying to see what else is under here. So that's actually our Wi-Fi module right there. Sorry, it's a little bit shaky because this is on the table. So that's our Wi-Fi module right there, and this is going to give us, should be Wi-Fi 6E, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, dual band Wi-Fi 6E, Bluetooth 5.2, and that's, I don't know why I said and, that's the two things that gives you. But the cool thing about this is that you could eventually upgrade that to like a Wi-Fi 7 module if you want. The wires just go, they basically pull off of there, and this comes out basically like an M.2 drive. And the wires, they stay where they're at, the connectors are the same, you just snap them onto the new module once you have it in there. And it's a very low-cost upgrade, but each Wi-Fi generation, as long as you have the appropriate router for it to where you can actually utilize the speeds, the connectivity, it can mean a major upgrade. And Wi-Fi, it's moving fast, no pun intended. It's changing quickly, I should say. But that's what I wanted to look at right there. And then looking under here, we have another, well, you have another M.2 socket right there and yet another one here. So that's a total of 3 M.2 sockets and plentiful PCIe slots here. Lots of options there, lots of connectivity. Love to see that. And, you know, the nice covers for these. So that's always good to see as well. That's one reason I really like this one. This, it's backwards. This motherboard in general, just the aesthetics. And that snaps beautifully. Very satisfying, actually. So let's go ahead and drop in our Inland Performance Plus 2 terabyte M.2 drive right here. And yeah, okay, all right, NZXT, let's talk about this really quick and how outdated that is at this point. I actually have to use the dreaded M.2 screw, the #1 lost piece whenever that most PC builders hate. Like, you just lose these. They get lost way too easily. Considering that cover that screws down, I actually think we're not even supposed to use it. Oh yeah, no, that's actually the hole for the screw for this thermal interface here, this cover, the heat spreader, I should say. So I'm wrong. They don't have any way of tying it down at all. But you know what? That should be fine once you cinch this thing down. Should be fine is what he said. Hope it's fine is what he meant. It should be. It should be fine. Really, should be. Okay. Be sure to peel off your plastic cover off of that thermal pad there. And very carefully place your heat spreader. There we go. I mean, look at that. It's already holding it down. Sorry this is so shaky. Okay. This is like on a magic arm, so it's, it's not going to be super stable. Let's go ahead and put these back on, these little screws. Basically, you still have to deal with something like M.2 screws with these tiny guys, but at least they're ferrous. Like, thank you NZXT for using ferrous screws, good lord. Okay. And yeah, these plates, they are metal, by the way. So it's not like you have something insulating that heat spreader. You wouldn't want that. Hey, Alan, what's going on? How are you? White Pinoy, say, what's up? Audio source changed? Uh-oh, did it? Hold on. Oh, no. Yeah, you were getting audio from the microphone there. Thankfully, the recording which I should be recording over here too. Thankfully, the recording has 2 channels for audio. So the final video should be better. About the time they found a use for an M.2 beyond storage, they've had these, certain motherboards have had these, and it is something that, say, ASRock will do, and since ASRock manufactured this, they did it here. The one thing I've never really liked about these is the I/O cover here, the cover for like the I/O section here. I don't like that that's so starkly contrasting with everything else. If you look, what was it? If you watch TechSource, here, let's just go to the main camera here so you're not looking at the shaky cam the whole time. If you watch TechSource, I think it was Frost V2 or V3, where Ed took one of these and he actually painted this part white, and he painstakingly matched it to like the rest of the aesthetics of the board, the rest of the color, the white there, and yeah, it made it look a lot more cohesive actually. So looking at this, let's take a look at some of the I/O here. Okay, as I'm just kind of looking around. Okay, we'll go back to this cam here so you can kind of see. It is very shaky though. Sorry about that. So of course we have our 4 slots for DDR5. Looks like we have CPU fan and AIO pump right there at the top. And then you have NZXT RGB connections, which is very useful because we actually are using those. You can see why I was like, I want to use an NZXT AIO and fans. It's just generally smart to like look at things like that. Sysfan 5 and 4 are right here. You have your EPS power connectors, and they are in the format of, let me see if I can get this under some light actually. Hold on. And those EPS connectors are formatted as an 8-pin and a 4-pin. Generally, that 8-pin is all you need. I've stated before that I like to see all of them connected just for like the sort of completeness of it. But it really, it's not necessary. Because for my own use, I know that. I'm not going to sit here and do any XOC. I'm not overclocking this thing. So now moving right along. We, of course, have our, oh my gosh, focus, please. We have our 24-pin. Okay, I'm going the wrong way. I'm doing all this backwards, so it's very confusing. We have our 24-pin right here and our USB 3.0 header right there. Looking back at the side here, we actually have our, we have 4 SATA ports and our USB 3.0 header. A bit sad because on the N7 B550, there were 2 USB 3.0 headers on there. And now they have, even though this has more connectivity than the B550 had in general, like in the architecture of it, of the chipset and all that, it's the platform, I should say. They lessened that. They made it a bit less. One thing that's always nice to see is when you get zoomed in properly and it stops shaking. That's especially nice to see. Okay, I'm not trying to make you guys car sick. I'm sorry, or motion sick. Okay, so right there, you have your front panel header right there, okay? And you have a power and reset button right on the board. So power and reset right here, love to see that. More NZXT RGB connectors, but there are standard 3 and 4-pin RGB headers here. Actually, where's the 4-pin? I see 3-pin right there. I mean, the 4-pin is the older design, the older standard. And yeah, it doesn't seem to be here. Okay, so if you have devices that require the 4-pin RGB header, look elsewhere. This motherboard does not feature that. But you have 1 and 2 and 3 standard 3-pin right there, 2 and 3. Standard 3-pin RGB headers. 2 USB 2.0 headers right there. I'm going to move this over a little bit. Yeah, so 2 USB 2.0 headers right there. And let me make sure I'm not on that double audio again. Okay, I'm not. Good. That was just because I hooked up this camera right here, and its mic was basically activated. Sorry about that. Looks like we have some CPU LEDs right there, which this does not have the 7-segment readout on it. So those are the LEDs you'd want to look at if you're troubleshooting, right? And they're at the bottom of the board. That can be pretty hard to see underneath, especially considering this case is basically going to block you from seeing this, period. There's not going to be any looking at this because the GPU goes right in the way. Usually you would find these like on the top right of the motherboard, somewhere around this area right here, but not so on this one. And yeah, and then your front panel audio. You'll hear different tech YouTubers say like, oh yeah, I hooked that up because I connect everything, or you'll hear them say like, ah, it's not shielded, it sucks, I never connect that. I generally, look, I'm a fan of Gerard the Completionist, all right? I like completing a build. So I will generally do that. Let's take a look at rear eye. Oh, the thing I obsess over constantly. All right. What are we looking at here? It's not bad at all. Not great at all either. So we have a clear CMOS button right there. And of course, we have the onboard HDMI and your 2 connectors for Wi-Fi right there. It does have the integrated I/O shield, which is nice. Then you've got 2 USB 2.0s. You have one, looks like 20 gig. Is that 20? It says 20 there. Well, you have one higher speed USB Type A there and a Type C right there. That does say 20 gigabit. And then you have USB, it looks like super speed 10 gigabit right there. And then these would be 5 here. Now, our Ethernet does not state what the speed is on it, what the bandwidth is, but I will state it right now. And that is 2.5 gigabit LAN. So, pretty much becoming the standard these days. Okay. All good. Of course, you've got your SPDIF and your 5.1 or 7.1 surround sound right there. So, all the greatest hits. Most people use like a USB audio or just like 2-channel audio speakers. They just use a headset, that kind of thing. Pretty common. So we're going to go ahead and get our RAM set up here. You know, I should totally just put this on the camera, and I could do that. But I don't know if it's going to fit with the cage I have on here. Give me a second to mess with this. Well, what do you know? It does fit. And then we'll just sort of swing that out of the way there. There we go. Okay. How's everybody doing out there? Y'all good? Which NZXT motherboard is this? N7 Z790. Thank you for answering that a la carte. I appreciate that. What NZXT private label? Good question. I mean, it's technically an ASRock motherboard. When you go in, you'll see, though, a cleaner BIOS. A cleaner interface for the BIOS. 4x4 and another 4 for OC. Right. I would think a vinyl wrap would work as well as painting the Mobo. Yep. That's actually what I was planning with the N7 B550 back in the day. I just never got around to it. Okay, the next move is to install our CPU, RAM. I've already put the storage in here, so we're going to continue on doing that. So by the way, which camera do you guys... I know this one's a bit shaky, but which camera do you guys prefer? This one here or this one here? Now, if I could zoom in a bit, that'd be good. Also, I can record on this one for the future video. That would be just fine as well. I do have storage in there. How about I do that? What is my format right now? 4K 30. Okay. So, all right. let's, you know what I should have? I should have my Stream Deck set up so that I can zoom in. But this is a stand-in for the camera I actually want to have up there. I mean, I could have a full-on mirrorless camera like this one up there, and I did have this one, but I want side angles as well. So up here, what I want is the Facecam Pro, the one that's actually fully 4K. That way you can zoom in and get still get really good resolution. If I zoom this one in too much, and also the thing I have it on can't lower anymore, if I zoom it in too much, it's going to affect the visual quality. So, Fuzzy Boy, oh my God, oh my, everybody, we got an OG in here. What is up, Fuzzy? How's it going? It has been a minute, huh? Yeah, we're doing a PC build. It's funny because I was supposed to simulcast this to both Twitch and Facebook, and I thought that might bring you out if I was streaming on Twitch because it's been a while. But yeah. So of course we have here our 13900K right there. Whoop, there it is. Okay. So that is our 13900K. That is 24 cores of goodness. Well, 8 performance cores, 16 efficiency cores, and it's a banger. It still is, regardless of them saying, hey, we have a new thing. It's not really that new of a thing yet. So, okay, just 0 insertion force. Just let that sort of just drop right in there. Matching that arrow to this arrow here, by the way, because the arrow, like on the, well, you don't really see one there. You got to look for this on the cover there. So we'll just do that. Oh, come on. No. Give me a shot here. Give me a chance. See if we can make this thing pop. Nope, it ain't going to pop. Okay. Okay, there we go. There's that. Let's get our RAM installed as well. This has a little bit too much give with the cardboard there, so I'm going to go without the cardboard. Did not like that. There we go. See? Just need a little extra push. Okay. RAM's installed. There you go. So yeah, for the final video, I have this filming right here. It may be a bit shaky, but I can use Catalyst Browse to remove all the shaking from anything I record on this camera. So it's very nice. Okay, so now that that's done, that's it. We're done with the motherboard. We just need to get this thing in the case, now one thing that you can do, all right, you can sort of choose an order of operations here. All right, get out of here. Get out of here. So, once you're done getting everything that you want onto the motherboard, like any extra storage, remember, any storage that's directly below that main GPU X16 slot, the PCIe slot, is not going to be accessible without removing the GPU, especially in this case where it's basically going to be straight up standing right in front of it. That might actually make it a little easier to, at least if it had like an easily manipulated sort of way to mount the M.2. And this, doubtful about that on this one because it uses the heat spreader to, whatever. Okay, by the way, this right here, your socket cover, the socket cover here, do not throw that away. That goes directly back into your motherboard box because if you need to RMA the motherboard or the PC, if it's a pre-built, whatever, you need this. Or else you're going to end up with bent pins if you're setting it back without a CPU in it, right? So, order of operations. Once you're done with this is the part that I like to do outside the PC, and most people like to do it like this. You can choose to either mount this in the PC now, maybe run a few cables ahead of time, because once you've mounted your AIO, your fans, all that stuff, it can be a lot harder to run things like your 8-pin EPS cable, cables like that. So, what we'll do now then is I'm going to hydrate. That's also important. Just watch out, because this thing gets a little excited. Just okay. It's not really designed for sparkling water, but here we are. Tumor 2211. Thank you for making fun of my essential tremors. I appreciate that. Alucard, you mind? Pretty toxic right there. Penelope, how are you? PC to what? Really? Fuzzy, oh man. But it's fixed, okay. Technique is not to buy a new one, but to ask that retail operation for their best sample. Okay. All right, Alucard, if you're taking off, I'll take. Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, Turner. Next time, maybe talk about how I'm overweight too. That's my favorite. Okay. Lucy's saying goodnight to Alucard, right? Alucard, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. But yeah, glad you fixed it, Fuzz. It has been. Never on when you are anymore. I'll stop by Twitch, and I thought to check you here. I appreciate that. And remember, you can always just follow the Twitter or on the Discord, the announcements. That's where I talk about everything. Twitter or the announcements. If you're not a Twitter person. Or X. Whatever the heck it's called now. Anyway. I was mixing with all the white. I don't have a white build, but damn, such a good Mobo. And 100 feels like a steal. 100. DDR5, which was my next small upgrade path. That was actually, this isn't $100 though. Did I say it was? I don't know. So that was my beef actually with the N7 Z690, was that it was only in DDR4. But their strategy was to have that one be DDR4 and have the Z790, the next generation, be DDR5. So they don't have to have multiple SKUs within the same generation other than the N5 and N7, and also the black and the white. So there's already enough SKUs. They don't need to be messing with the memory standards and all that too. All right, looking at my empty Y60 case. Why is it empty? Oh, first build, okay. Yeah, it's not cool making fun of that. I'm asthmatic and some meds give me tremors. So yeah, not cool. I just have essential tremors. Oh, I found a deal for the Z690 for 100. Okay, well, the Z690 version of that is DDR4. So don't, make sure you pay attention to that. It is DDR4. So if you're going that route, it's still fine to go DDR4 and it can save you a little bit of money, but DDR5 is not as expensive as it used to be. And, there can be some performance gains, of course. Took everything out, rehooked it all up, all cables, GPU, RAM. I don't know what was loose, but it's fixed. I'm happy to hear that, Fuzzy Boy. I'm not sure what happened, but okay. No, it's a Z790 white. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Well, I'm all caught up now. Awesome. Neato, gang. Wearing my Twitch hoodie and not streaming on Twitch because I couldn't get Restream working. Honestly, if I'd not panicked, I'd have been fine, but yeah. Okay, let's get to work here. So we're going to go ahead and mount our motherboard in the case first, but I want to show you guys a couple things real quick. These are the treats I was talking about. Little extra things, because here's the thing about this case, right? And I always talk about this as sort of an issue with the design of the Y60, the Y40, and now the Y70 Touch. Which, let's be honest, this thing is absolutely gorgeous. But because of the required vertical orientation of the GPU, you only get half-height PCIe slots, okay? That's not ideal if you're trying to do something like, oh, I need more USB ports, and I'm going to get an expansion card, and yada, yada. But what I did was I went ahead and grabbed a couple of half-height expansion cards so you could see a couple of your options. Let's see which one to open first. Oops. Okay, so like here's one right here. So when I say it's half height, it comes with both the standard size bracket and the half height bracket, okay? Now, the reason I chose this one in particular, and when the final video comes out, I'll go ahead and link the cards in the description, or I'll go in and do that after the stream is over. But these don't require power from the power supply. They have their own sort of power management on them, and they get their power from the PCIe slot right there. This one provides you with four USB 3.0 connections, one of them being in a Type-C form right there, a Type-C connector, okay? So nice, right there, that's one. And if you want something like this for a full-size case, I wouldn't get this one, even though it comes with the right kind of slot, PCIe bracket for it, because you can get ones with much more connectivity for a full-size PCIe slot. Now, I would say just get something with more connectivity to it, but looking at this other one, you can see maybe, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to guess why I like this one in particular. This one, instead of trying to put in a Type-C, it just gives you 4 USB 3.0 connectors. Oh, look at that. Purple PCB. What the heck? Why isn't there more of this? Well, yeah, look, there you go. 4 USB Type-A's, USB 3.0. No external power needed. You see these right here? All that right there. This extra beefiness right here. Yeah. So it has its own power management on it. It just gets it from the PCIe slot. You don't need to get, but yeah, you see one for each USB port right there. So this can provide good charging, and it can provide power to devices that need it without a Molex connector or a SATA connector. So love this. This is probably the one that I'm going to be putting in there just because it has a bracket that looks, I think, a little better for the white build. The other one was a black bracket, but also it's going to, regardless of the form of the connector, they're all USB 3.0. So I don't really care to put the one with USB-C. It's totally fine. I worked on a Y70. I will definitely get one. Oh, you worked on one? How so? Fuzzy boy, that's called percussive maintenance. Had to put my build on hold as a distro plate I ordered didn't come with a D5 pump, just a motor. Interesting. But it comes in tomorrow, so excited. That's awesome. Congrats. Purple is better than green. It is indeed. I feel you're in the patient part, saving to buy everything at once. No pump, just, that is, yeah. Indeed, that is what I did. Well, good. Let's lay this thing down. Let's get the motherboard in there. I should probably, before I do that, because I otherwise have to remove these. Let's put the bracket for the AIO behind there first. All right, because we're thinking ahead. 4D chess in space, thinking 30 moves ahead. All right, that's what you got to do when you build PCs. I guess, I don't know. Where did I put my... I'm going to need that. I put it right... Nope, that ain't it. Oh, by the way, I do have Velcro straps. And you'd think I would go for the white ones, considering I didn't go with purple cables, but I went with white cables instead. Yeah, these are the purple LTT Velcro straps. Oops. But they already have some in there, in the case. So we probably don't even need them. We shall find out. I am so slow at this. Sorry, guys. Okay, let's actually move this out the way for a second, just so we can open up our lovely Kraken Elite 360 RGB. Didn't really need a knife for that, did I? Man, there was a time, and it was so frustrating, when 12th Gen had come out, and there were months where there would be coolers out on retail shelves that did not have the mounting solution for LGA 1700, and it drove me crazy because I was trying to do a build myself. Gotham guy coming in with a $19.99 specific, a $20 super chat. Thank you. Or is it a super sticker? It's a super sticker if you don't chat. Say, let's celebrate their first super in live stream. Let's do that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Got a tape measure handy? I need to know the dimensions of the front glass for a Headless Horseman lightbox thingy I have that I want to put in a case. The front glass, yeah, I mean, we'll get to that probably. Yeah, I do have a tape measure here somewhere. Everything is in disarray because of TwitchCon. Every time I go on a trip, I have to tear everything up. It's just tear through everything just to figure out what I'm going to take, what I need, get all that stuff packed up, and then unpack it, and then it's not put back where it's supposed to be. It's a good time, honestly. It's great. Love it. It's the best. I love it. At least I have a trash can. That does help things. Okay. Build the extraordinary. Ooh, that sounded great. Okay, Kraken Elite RGB instructions. Just throw that there. We have our fans here that match the 3 fans that I bought in order to sort of complete the case and all the fans in the case. That's a lot of cables. I don't know. I feel like NZXT would benefit from something where it's all like one cable, something a little more solid. Bray always comes prepared. Yeah, a little bit. Your streams are a godsend, my friend. Thank you, Gotham Guy. Your super chats are a godsend. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was never a White Tower person or a fan of purple. Thanks to you, I've been rethinking everything. Lol, I got a white desk going for a clean, modern look. Thanks to you, bro. Wow, Dave, I'm so sorry about that. I've actually been doing all like bamboo and white. Like that combination to me is so comforting. It's like pleasing to the eye. It's very pleasing to the eye. So we got these guys right here. This is going to be our USB header Y connector. Okay, so if you don't lose out on one of your USB 2.0 headers, basically, unless you need to connect both of those, which you probably do, because there's a fan controller and you need one for the AIO for the CPU block. And then the cables that go to said CPU block. Good Lord. But it's all one connector that goes into the CPU block, which is very nice. Careful, that looks like a 12V PWR connector. It is not. Don't mistake the two. That does not go into your GPU. Let's just keep this all in here. That is just a twisty tie. That goes there. And there is our mounting, those are our mounting solutions, multiple. So we're going to have Intel and AMD. So that's going to be your AMD one there. That's going to be your Intel one right here. They'll all be labeled. And there's instructions there too. It's not much, best I can do. Oh, it's plenty. Stoked to be watching my first ever PC build. Wow, okay. Man, you are in luck because I like never get to do these. Fun fact though, I might be doing another one of these next week. So we'll actually be able to draw direct comparisons from the temp numbers we get with this one to that one. Yeah. If I even keep all the same components, that'll be a faster stream because for this one I need to install Windows and stuff. I did not have time to get all that done beforehand. But I have everything ready for that at least. This looks like the Intel stuff here. Oh, this is it. This is it. Intel 1700. That's what I get for guessing. So these are these... Oh, sorry. So these are going to be the standoffs for Intel 1700 right here. This is generally what you'll see for your normal mounting kit there. And they keep all of the AMD stuff just in one bag by itself. So you know that the rest of it is for Intel. So what you're going to do is you'll take the sort of thumb screws out of this and use them with the Intel 1700 standoffs that come with it. And this is going to go behind the motherboard right here. Now this is typical of your sort of adjustable. It looks like it's adjustable, and I don't know if it actually is. Yes, it is. Okay. So you can adjust these back and forth basically to fit different sockets for Intel. Okay. So basically put it behind there, feel it out. It doesn't look that clearly labeled. It shows a measurement, but not a socket type. So I would say the socket type would be like 78 by 78 millimeters, and the other one's going to be 75 by 75 millimeters. So anybody know offhand which one is LJ1700? I think it's a larger measurement, but yeah, still 78 by 78. We'll find out when we get to that. And basically, there's just holes that line up on the motherboard. You just push them through. You put the standoffs, you screw the standoffs into here, put the cooler on, and then put the thumb screws on. We'll do that process, and you'll see that happen. But right now, it's just going to be the back plate so that we can have that without having to sort of like try to do it while it's in the case already. I guess I can put these. Oh, that sound is beautiful. I love it. It's great. Okay. And of course, you have all your mounting screws for the actual fans and radiator. So those can go back in here as well, because all we're doing is putting the back plate on. Everybody following along so far? Are you playing along at home, everybody? Let's get our motherboard back over here. Close our knife because we want to be safe. There we go. Okay, so you just get this. Here, let me get this camera over here. Oh, that did not seem safe. Oh, this was a pretty quick solution to mounting this camera. There we go. Stay. Okay, good. Plus, as a bonus, this camera gets a little extra light. Okay, so you take your motherboard, you take your back plate here, and then you just sort of line that up with the holes there. And if they don't line up, you'll need to adjust where they are, and you want them basically to be adjusted the same way all the way around. So this one, I believe, is going to be maybe 78. Have you ever heard of a CyberPower PC? Yeah, I have. They're one of the larger system integrators out there. Hey, Org Chaos, what's going on? Outer position 1700. Yeah, 78 by 78. That's what I was figuring. Listen, guys, I don't get to build PCs very often. I envy those who do. This content that I make about pre-builts has taken over basically my interests and my time. So I don't really have time for just building PCs, modding and having fun like that. However, things they are a changing. All right, I'm just going to pull those through with the screws. Things they are changing, because if all goes to plan, I may have a very cool PC mod project coming up, moving towards December. So, see that? You can just kind of put, if it falls back out, you can, but it's kind of lined up, you can use the threading on these to sort of pull it back up. I'm not recording this. Oops. Now I'm recording it. Here's the thing, guys. There's already a ton of DIY channels out there. DIY content from me is not necessary. I do have a DIY series planned, but it is in the vein of the content I already make. It's just expanding upon that and giving you an intro into DIY in an appropriate way, appropriate to my content. What is this? Like skin cell? Geez, it just like took that right off of me. It's a really rough matte surface there, so yeah. So, but the thing is, I do have like I've met some people in the industry at different companies. It's just manufacturers don't really pay attention to me because I cover system integrators. Unfortunately, some of them don't realize that like when you guys are shopping, you might take my advice on what components to pick, what motherboard, what RAM, whatever, right? Okay, that's just meant to keep all of that in place. There we go. However, there are a couple that I've gotten to know some people there, and they know that I want to do more DIY content. It's for me. It's what I'm passionate about, and I want to share that. But it's just not going to get that many views. So any companies that do send me stuff, they're doing that knowing that, and they're like, it's all good. Here you go. And I appreciate that. I do. It doesn't change what I say about it if it's not good, though. Yeah, if it's not good, it's not good, and I'll say something about it. But if I wasn't going to be honest about that, I shouldn't be covering it. There we go. We have our backing on there. We can feel free to go ahead and install this in the case now. Backplate installed. So let's lay our case down. So we have to remove this first. Right. This is not recording anymore because it can't see it anymore. Let's go ahead and get this in a more optimal position so I can get a separate angle. This magic arm is ridiculous, honestly. Okay. A little too ridiculous with the angle I'm trying to do here. Okay. It didn't like that one. There we go. This camera has a good zoom lens on it, so I can zoom in anyway. And that should stay put where it is. Okay. There we go. All right. So we have to take this out, and it's just the PCI screw that is back here, holding it in. There's also this guy. This is the DisplayPort connector that goes all the way through the back, out over here, as you can see, over to the screen on the front. But let's get this first. It is really cool that they color match these. I do like that quite a bit. Okay, that's going to want to keep going forward. So we'll just hold that up whenever we're putting our motherboard in. Let's grab that. All right, motherboard, time to go meet your new home for the week, pretty much. I did get an update tonight where it's like, oh, yeah, I'm sending that over to you. It's like, oh, okay. When is it launching? Oh, next week. All right. If you say so. So you generally want to lead in with the, don't hit it with your luxury PCIe riser like that. But it did have, this has a shield on the PCIe connectors. It's fine. Okay, so they basically make sure that fits into here. There you go. And you should, if you look into the screw holes there, you should see them all lined up. And this one does not have a screw hole in the center. It's just a peg to sort of keep the motherboard in place. Sorry, I'm shaking that camera there. But just to keep that motherboard in place while you put in all the other screws. There's a lot of vertical space here above. Man, you could probably put a pretty thick radiator and set of fans up there. Man, I like that. This is good. Okay. Now, before we attach this, we're going to go ahead and put all our screws in. And I guess in keeping with the case, I can just use black screws as well, which is fine. Oh, no, never mind. I don't have those. They're going to be silver. I always forget what the right size is for standoffs. Let's find out. Uh-oh. I have found a weakness. I found a weakness of the LTT screwdriver, and it is this shielding right here. Oh, boy. All I need is a longer Phillips head, and I have that right over here. What we can do is I can break out the trusty old iFixit kit, which I always keep handy. Not sponsored, just IT things. Just IT things. Okay. Okay, got that guy right there. That should be long enough. This is also pretty well magnetized as well. Just not honest. Oh my God. Okay. And it went right in and it went upside down. Okay. How about that? I'll just use that longer bit with the LTT screwdriver and its stronger magnet. Look at that. Just pulls it right out. Not sponsored. Just like it. Basically, I don't torque these down because you can crack your PCB that way. Once it stops, I just give it some taps. Just some light little taps just to encourage it a bit. Make sure that it's secure, especially important if you're going to be shipping this thing. Just make sure you don't have any screws rattling around in there and a loose motherboard. Okay, just continue this. Isn't this fun? Or we're having fun. Sorry. I could be using a power tool for this if I knew where it was. In the haste to get ready for this tonight, I somehow misplaced my Bosch 12 volt. No idea where it is. God, that back force is so light. Like I thread it, I give it a spin and a half or even less, and it's like ready to ratchet back. It's crazy. Seriously crazy. Okay, to get to this screw hole, I actually have to remove that that PCIe bracket with the display port on it. There's a screw hole, as you can see right there, and this is directly in the way. But that's totally possible because like that, et voila. And then we just put it right back when we're done. Look at that. That is truly remarkable. Like I'm not obsessed with it or anything. I'm just impressed with it. Like I've used a lot of expensive screwdrivers in my time. I had a it was like a $90 Snap-on one with like a pivoting grip so you can get like a pistol grip to it. And it was just really good ratcheting action, but the back force was a lot higher than this. That's crazy. I used to do tech support for Alexander PCs. Oh, are you not with them anymore? Dan, I had no idea. Okay. I feel so like disconnected on everything because I used to be in the Discord a lot more. I was streaming on Twitch a lot more, and I was just up to date on everything going on with my community, and like those days are gone. They will be back though. Twitch streams, I miss them so much. It's just I am so backlogged on content. If I'm not doing this, I'm working on content. And it seems crazy because, look, It might seem crazy that I say I'm constantly busy when I'm not constantly uploading. But you guys have to take into account that I have chronic fatigue syndrome, and it's pretty bad. I treat it, but I have maybe 30 to 40% the amount of energy the average person has per day. And I still will work through the night. I'll just pass out at my desk, just editing, or because while Cuddles does the primary editing, all the finishing editing, and even some projects that he doesn't actually work on at all, I do all that. And it's that keeping up with communications with companies, trying to do stuff with social media, trying to work on this space. It's a lot. And I'm just so backlogged on everything, including content that should have come out a long time ago. I haven't been able to even muster up the will to stream on Twitch because it's such a different vibe and it takes over. Like 3 times a week, 4 hours is a lot in this, like when it comes to the allotment of energy that I have with CFS. It's draining. It's very draining. I love it, and I get stoked. I get psyched. I get pumped, and that is what's draining about it because I enjoy it so much, and I get really into it, and it's very demanding. But I miss it enough to where it's like I'm going to start making other sacrifices in order to get back to Twitch streaming. I can say YouTube have to for account. Break and see chat. He'll talk to us in such and such time to time. Was someone saying that I can't see it? Need something that can handle my new city skyline specs coming out next week. Not me, YouTube tools. Is this an open audience chat session? B, can all see? Yes, everybody can see it. Mike, I'm not sure what you're talking about with open chat sessions. I've never seen like, I don't have it limited to just like subscribers or members. It's completely open to anybody who shows up. It's just that I'm also building a PC and trying to be entertaining. And you see what I'm talking about with it being draining, guys? That's kind of what I'm talking about. It's like, there's a lot of expectation when it comes to being a content creator and streamer. And like, even if I didn't have CFS, it would be exhausting. Ask any streamer content creator who doesn't have it. It's still an exhausting job. Well, add that on top of it. And and that's why you don't see videos every day, but I feel like I'm working as if I was doing videos every day. Okay. Cool, got that done. Let me pre-run my EPS power connector there. And, also, no, I already reconnected that. That's this right here. We'll go ahead and connect our, you know what? I'm a bit concerned that, no, it should fit. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and put in the PCIe USB card there and see how that fits. Let's just find out. Yeah, Mike, I know I stopped into the Full Nerd. Oh, dude, I didn't even show you guys this. This is the box that comes with it and has little accessories. I'm such a bad tech tuber right here. Look at that. Let's take a look at the accessories you get. You get some Velcro tie straps right here from HYTE. And, of course, from HYTE. You get some zip ties. You get the case screws, which are all black. Could be silvered, but they're not. You get this thing, which looks like it's for cable management, potentially for the screen or something. So some cable management pieces here. I could look at the manual to see that. Here's one of my favorite things. If you're going to have a combined headphone and microphone jack for your front I/O, have a splitter and include it with your case. And then we have our very short DisplayPort to DisplayPort connector for that screen. There you go. Love it. Now, guys, keep in mind, this thing is pretty pricey at $369.99, right? However, If this case was, say, 200 bucks, 210, a 14-inch 4K 10-point touchscreen with integrated app widgets, basically, and a whole ecosystem there, it's going to get it right back up to 360. I'll go over this more during my conclusion, basically, but yeah, it was not going to be cheap considering that it has the integrated touchscreen. That's how that's going to be. Okay, let's get our 8-pin EPS cable run. I can go ahead and put this back where it was. Let's get our PCI. Oh, that's right. I was going to get the PCIe card. Where is it? Over here. Okay. Let's get that purple boy in there. Let's go, purple, Mr. Purple Guy. Here you go. Let's see, where do I want this thing? And also, where will it interfere the least with the PCIe riser? So basically, one of the reasons for having this standoff here for the riser, this shaped plastic standoff here, is so that it ensures that you have space for a half-height card underneath. So let's say we're going to put this here, so we got to remove this PCIe slot cover right there. So you want to know what my suggestion was to HYTE? I don't know if they're actually going to go through with this, though. Because they're basically creating the issue of only being able to use half-height PCIe devices, I suggested they make a stacked half-height but like combined card with additional USB 3.0s and maybe a capture card option, that kind of thing, just so that they're providing a solution to the problem that they're creating. I thought it was a pretty good idea. Haven't heard anything since I recommended it, but that's how those things go. So that would go right there. There we go. Now I have an Elgato 4K 60 Pro. However, wait, I put the bracket on upside down. 1 second. I put the bracket on upside down or backwards. Did I? Wait, hold on. If it's going in this way, no. How the hell? Hold on. Am I crazy? Or are they crazy? Nope, nope, it's fine, I guess. Weird, but fine. No, yeah, that fits. It's weird, but okay. No. This worked out just fine. I was wrong. I did not put anything in backwards. The fitment's a little weird on the half-height thing, but it's also because you have to swap out the bracket yourself, and there's tolerances there. Just don't tighten it down too hard, and everything should be fine. As long as it's not going to budge, you're good. And that ain't going nowhere. That's totally fine. It just needs to, you just need to be able to plug in and remove cables with no problem. Pretty much sold now. Thanks, Brave Thorn. Lifetime warranty, small setup, good group of people dedicated to setting out well-built, thought-out system. Well, John, you'll be happy to know that they actually are growing. And you look. It's one thing to say it's good that it's a small group, and they for a long time are probably going to be relatively small compared to like the iBuyPowers and Skytechs of the world. You still want them to succeed and grow, so that more people can enjoy the benefits of that. As long as a business grows their workforce in proportion to the workload and keeps their standards where they should be, which that helps them keep their standards where they want them, growth is only a good thing. But they are actually moving to a larger location now. So this is what I was concerned with. There's a little tension now on the PCIe riser cable. I did remove that. So you got to remove this. You got to remove that cover, by the way. There's also a cover over the PCIe slot that's on the bottom here. You must remove that. remove before flight. Gotta make sure that's lined up. But yeah, this card is putting some tension on these fairly delicate cables here. The whole thing is that they say, oh yeah, you can use half-height cards, but that's what I got in there, so it should work flawlessly. There we go. That went right in. But that is bulging that out a little bit, but it's not pushing it past where the back plate of the GPU is going to be. So we're good. And then you just screw that down. Come on. Lefty loosey. There we go. All right, we just lined that up. That does not seem right. Okay, it was not. They had that screwed into the wrong spot there. That or different motherboards are, some of them are laid out a bit differently. A lot of them will have the X16 slot one down from the very topmost one, and that was the case here. I was trying to put it into the wrong one. That's on me. So, you know, the risers are a bit weird, but cool. Very cool. This is a really nice one. But that's why there was tension too. And lining that up. There we go, much better. And it snaps in as it should. And lines up with that perfectly. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Not me taking way too long for something simple. Right? All right. I hope all of this footage is usable because I haven't really been tending to the side cam very much. Because since it's plugged in for HDMI, so I can switch to it on the stream, the ZV-E10 that I'm using for my extra camera, it does not show on the screen what it's actually recording. But there we go. That is installed. I'm going to put this slot cover back on because it was not necessary to remove. So let's just slide that back in. There we go. I got to tell you guys, I'm feeling bad that I was like, oh, the top is plastic when it's both. It's a hybrid of plastic and metal. Same for the side panel. I don't think I'm going to budge on the non-removable filters. And as a matter of fact, oh, wait, hold on. Okay, yep, I've got another gripe. We'll get to it. Look, HYTE, you got to get good when it comes to the filter game, man. The filters are not efficient, and we'll go over that when we get to mounting fans. You will see what I'm talking about. You will see. You'll all see. Okay, let's take a quick look at this as it is, as it stands. Looks nice. I like it. And, yeah. Okay, let's get our other panels off, run a few cables, just pre-run a couple cables, and we'll start putting in our fans. We're chugging right along. The problem with PC building, guys, if you've never done this before, is that the parts that you think actually make up the majority of PC building, no, actually that's about that's just 15%. Then it's like an eternity of just fine detail work. You know what? Give me just a second. I shall return shortly. Okay. Just had a coughing fit, so yeah. Didn't want to do that into the mic. I just felt it coming. Okay, Mike, I got to tell you, that sounds like a scam. Don't solicit people in chat, please. Because in order to do that, they would need to give you their address, and nobody should be doing that to someone in a stream chat. So we can see you. I can see your chat. In fact, I'll read it out loud to you. And guys, don't give your information out to anybody in any stream chat, please. That's just like internet security 101. Okay, why am I showing this screen? Okay, wrong screen. First person here asked me a question or interacts in any way to say I am with all of us here. Of course you are, Mike. I've been responding to you already. It's not pre-recorded and you're not shadow banned or something. We'll send you a post insured for $100, a Glenn Henry Austin Centaur team shirt from 1998, which is mine, PG. Okay. Yeah, you're here. We see you. I can see you. I'm just not looking at chat that much because I'm rarely ever doing a PC build, and already when I'm doing a review, I get distracted by that. This is much more involved. So, you know, yeah. Mike, they can see you. They can. Everybody can see your chat. Yeah. So I have to ask you not to do that. That's something that you've been a really steady member of the chat for like a long time in a lot of these streams. So, but that is normally a bannable offense. I'm going to give you a pass on it this time. Please don't do that in my chat, okay? Do not solicit anyone for anything where they would have to give you their mailing address in order to get what you're trying to send. And if you step back and think about it, you'll be like, oh, I probably wouldn't give my address out. So yeah, you shouldn't ask others to do the same, which they would need to do to participate in what you're talking about there, okay? So let's not do that, please. Someone, do me a favor, somebody in chat, just quote something that Mike said that I didn't already read out loud, okay? He just needs reassurance that you can see him as well. Okay. There you go. Okay, so the brackets where you would normally mount your fans, it doesn't look like this side one comes out, but the top one does. And one reason for that, I believe you can flip it over. Actually, I didn't even show you guys this, but of course, the case comes with instructions. Let's take a quick look at those. Because generally, you want to just do this. Just scan that. But you have one for the Y70, and then you have it for the Nexus insofar as it pertains to the Y70. But if you don't do the QR code, it would be what you get. Which some people prefer this. Like you have all of your cooler compatibilities here and GPU compatibilities. So basically sizing and all that. 280 in the side, 360 in the side, 240, 120 of course. Up to 360 in the top, or a 280 in the top, which so that means I don't really need to buy a 360 millimeter NZXT AIO, but it's gonna look better. All right, I'm not crazy. You're crazy. Anyway, but it has all the steps. It has all the things. And for my part, if I'm ever stumped on something, I will go in and look at that. I'm never afraid to actually read. It's funny to toss away instructions, but I will read them when I need to. Let's just move these little things out of the way. The case is really nice. I have to have one. They're on sale right now. I should have put a link to this in the stream description. Man, no wonder nobody wants to do no activations with me. I don't even do the stuff that I'm supposed to do. HYTE, I'm sorry. Please forgive. That's such a basic thing to do when you're doing a collaboration like this. Let me grab that really quick. Alrighty. Okay, there we go. You can go find yourself that link in the description. It is not an affiliate link. I do not have a coupon code or affiliation with HYTE. I would love to. I genuinely like their stuff, although I have my minor gripes with it. The overall packaging, the overall product is real nice. Real nice. All right, let me go back to this over here. There we go. Mike, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to get a viewer's personal information. I've already asked very nicely that you please stop doing that in my chat. And I'm going to ask one more time. Please stop that. You don't need to be sending stuff to other people in the chat. It's kind of frowned upon, IMO. I'm not really for that. Please don't do that anymore, okay? Okay. All right. If you decide that what you have to say is more important, then you make that decision. But I'll have to make a decision too, okay? And I do enjoy having you in my chat. Okay, so yeah, EPS cables. So let's get this power supply opened up. Get some cables out. I can go ahead and power this down now because it is chewing up the battery there. And it's all in my face. Okay. This is one of my favorite things. Look, it's not my fault that they chose purple for their brand color, all right? We just have good taste, okay? Twitch does the same thing, but I mean, I'm here and I'm not on Twitch because Restream was being like, "No, dude, you don't need to do that." And I'm like, "I wanted to, but okay. Thanks." Just making sure I don't have extra audio happening. Okay, now I'm all like nervous about that. Okay, this, so we got our different cables in here. This is going to be our 24-pin cable here, which we will have go into that extension that I got. Let's see. These are, let's see. So we have our 12VH PWR connector here. I did go through these a bit earlier just to do a little bit of testing, but then I actually changed the system I was going to be setting up. So my tests, you know, my test bench did not actually help me out here. And this is our CPU cable here. And there we go. You can tell because it splits 4 and 4 right there instead of 6 and 2. Okay. So this is the one that I am going to run. Okay. And that's easy. I'm just going to go ahead and tuck it over here. Just right through there. And we'll go ahead and plug it in. Oh, what am I doing? Actually, I need to get the extension for this. 1 second. I'm probably not even going to use the combs for that one because it actually makes it a little harder to get your other stuff in. But it's generally a pretty well hidden cable. I might use like 1 cable comb on it, right by where it hooks up. And I have used Asia Horse cables before. I do like them. Not sponsored by them. I've never spoken with them. But one of my favorite things I got from them, Jay just did a video on. If you go back and look at like a really old video, any really old videos of mine, SI Weekly, I used those Asia Horse Matrix 360 fans in Shadowfax, which was my first custom build on the channel. I don't count that one among PC builds that I streamed because the power supply blew up at the end, and I'd rather forget about that. And yes, that footage is long gone. Sorry. Not sorry. It didn't blow up. It just shorted out, tripped my breaker, shut down the stream. It was amazing. Really quite amazing. Yeah. Purple, isn't that blue? No, this is purple. You telling me this is blue? Bruh, this is purple. And that top-down cam is not as accurate on color as this one is. But you can't tell me that's blue. So, again, split 4x4 right here. So that, there we go. Since this is also split 4x4, that is the other side of our EPS. That's our extension for the EPS power cable, CPU power. So we just get an 4 wide cable comb, and we run that through there. I like these because of how pliable they are, though they're still going to carry a lot of, they're going to carry a good current on them. I've used them several times and they haven't given me any problems. Would I go with like more expensive cable mod cables if I had the time? Yeah, I just didn't end up having the time for this. But also these are pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie. I've had some of these where putting them in the combs is just like so painful and annoying, and here it's just like, yeah, whatever. There we go. Once I get to the 24 pin, I might change my tune though. So just doing like one of these is fine because it's just going to be like this much showing. So I might do one more, but we'll go ahead and just do it with one for now. And if I feel like it, I'll do the other one later. I did it backwards actually, but whatever. Again, this doesn't show very well anyway. There we go. Just make sure that clicks. I didn't show what I was doing, but you could kind of see it in the little face cam down there. It's kind of a mess. Sorry about that. Okay, so and back here, you can do is just like, you can run this sideways here, or sort of run it down behind here. But really, they kind of, it seems like they kind of encourage you to bring everything over here and just sort of keep it all together. So one rule that I try to follow when it comes to cable management, one rule that I try to follow is don't cross the streams, which is when you're like zip tying or Velcro tying everything together, I try not to put like RGB cables and power cables together, or like data cables and RGB together, whatever. I try to bundle everything up, but in its own little groups. So if I need to troubleshoot RGB, I only need to undo that. If I need to troubleshoot some power issue, I only need to undo those. It does help if you're troubleshooting. Helps with that little process of elimination. But all we're doing right now is, because the thing is, this PC is probably going to come apart sooner than I was expecting. So I'm not going to do the craziest cable management in this one. Although there's plenty of tools here to do that, it's just not really a need for it. Purple may be the reason I do not trust you, Brayathorn. Why? It's such a chill color. It's great. Jay did a vid on this? Not on this. He did a video on the Matrix 360 fans. The fan, it's sort of like, it's like a 3-in-1 solid unit of fans with RGB all through it, and that was the ones I was talking about. That's a product from Asia Horse, and they made these cables. So, not a completely unknown brand, but they do some crazy stuff, that's for sure. Let's just tuck that there, and maybe under there. There we go. And we'll plug that in when we're putting in the power supply. Neat. All right. You know what? This does need this needs another comb, for sure. Yeah, that is not very neat. I need to put at least one more. The most exciting part of the build, I'm sure, watching me put in cable combs. I meant to have them all done ahead of time. I hate plugging in and unplugging EP. You know what? Fine. Fine. I'll do that later. All right, at least the part you'll see right there looks nice. All right, that's great. Okay. Cool, so I can put this aside for now. Yeah, okay, we're gonna do the rest. We're gonna do the fans now. Time for fans, everybody. And the AIO as well, which I'll do last. Let's get these out of the way. So we can set up our other fans first. I'll probably do the bottom ones. And that's where I'm going to gripe about something else. HYTE. I've got beef with you. Delicious, juicy beef. I'm hungry. I didn't have dinner before stream. I never have dinner before stream. I'm a fool. A fool, I tell you. So we have three 120 millimeter, the F120 RGB that match the ones that come on the 360 Elite AIO from NZXT. Those are going to go here as intake. So we're going to see the back of them, but it should be illuminated on both sides if I'm not fooling myself on that. We will find out. Now on the bottom, though, I got to do some scavenging real quick. I am going to open up a perfectly good 280 millimeter AIO just to get two 140 millimeter fans out of it, because they're not exactly matching, I don't think. Actually, these don't. Oh, man. These don't match the ones on the AIO. I was wrong. And that's my bad. Still going to look great. Raging Diesel, what's up, buddy? Thank you for that $5 super sticker, super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. Dear HYTE, white case. Why are your cables still black? I don't suppose it matters that much. It's going to be pretty tucked away, but like I've actually used things like little cable moldings to hide that before, so not something I would be adverse to doing here. But when I'm done with this thing, when I do my full-on project that I have planned for it, because guys, later on, this should be the case I'm going to do this in, but I do have a project planned potentially that has to do with a little bit more liquid than what comes in the AIO. All right, that's all I'm gonna say. Okay, all right, that's all you need right now. That's all you need to know. It's just that's something that we couldn't get situated beforehand. So, yeah. All this just to get a couple of fans out. Oh well. Question for y'all. Has anyone been playing Cyberpunk 2.0 and Phantom Liberty? Because I just like dipped my toes in it just to like test it out. I was testing out a system. And it sucks that like, it'd be like going back to World of Warcraft at this point because like everything has changed from back in the day when I used to play. Well, it's pretty different now in Cyberpunk as well. Kind of the same, kind of not. Like I have to relearn everything and I hate that. These don't matter if they don't match exactly right because they're going to be in the bottom. But now I feel dumb because I was looking right at the other. I had the AIO right in front of me, and I was like, "Oh, surely these are the right fans." No, they're not. Andy, I messed up. What do I do? That case is huge, much larger than my O11 XL. It's not actually. It's a little wider, but I can actually go grab an O11 XL to show you. The O11 XL is taller, so not by much. Is this wider, and the O11 XL is not much taller. They're very similar. In fact, I mean, when you think about it, you got the Y60 is like the O11, and the Y70 Touch is like the O11 XL. Just add a 4K 10-point touchscreen to it, and there you go. Still, even though these aren't exactly matching fans, I think these are going to look really good. No. See, I have an H7 Flow RGB in the garage. And I don't know if that has 120 or 140 millimeter fans in it. But it's already like, what time is it? Oh, it's already 11:10. No, we got to move on. It's okay. They won't match. It's fine. Moving on. Now time to gripe, everybody. This, when it's fully built, is going to be heavy. All right? You have basically your XL case. Particularly if you do like liquid cooling in it, like a full loop, custom loop or something. Now imagine that, say you know your place is pretty dusty or you have cats or dogs or something. You need to clean your filters pretty frequently. Well, on the Y60, my gripe was that you had to lay it on its side in order to remove the bottom filter for cleaning. Whereas, like, every other case manufacturer has figured out that you could just make one that slides out. I mean, like, every other case manufacturer has figured that out. And I was really upfront about this when I reviewed the system in the Y60 way back when. Like it's already enough of a pain when a case requires you to pull it forward just to slide it out of the back. Well, guess what we learned? Absolutely nothing. Because in order to clean your filter in the bottom, you have to put on its side and unclick these to remove this. Like, how do you mess up that badly? Like, it's bigger. It's a bigger case. It's heavier. That's more glass. That's potentially, you know, more and heavier parts. It's designed to, like, laying this on its side. Look. The whole purpose of the idea behind this case is to take a GPU and put it here, right so you don't get GPU sag, you don't have risk of breaking your GPU and you're shipping it, stuff like that. Well, guess what? What orientation is it in when you do that? It's just going like this. It's the same thing. It's the same problem. There's so much space here where you didn't have to have this little part of the foot here, maybe just have like move it a little forward and have this be a little narrower and just slide this out, just like that. But no, it wouldn't be consistent with the design language. Look, I love you guys over there, man. Y'all are chill. I love hanging out with y'all. But this right here, there's very good design language here that was worth sticking with. This right here, this is some pretty foul design language, and I don't like it. It's asinine, man. It's so bad. The only removable filter on the whole freaking case, and you did it the worst way possible. And every other filter you're forced to use. I'm not overreacting, am I, guys? Right? Like, is this just not just me? Like, that's dumb, right? But I would still daily drive this because I love it that much. Like, I like it that much. And that is going to be your own choice because, let's face it, most people don't even clean their bottom filters. Problem here is that's your primary intake to cool your GPU. It's not just for your power supply like on most other cases. Any O11 style case, it's the same. That bottom intake is to cool your GPU. Most dual chamber cases are like that. But here, it just does not make sense. And like everybody has that figured out. So, like, there's no need to reinvent the wheel. You've reinvented the wheel here. I get that it's a unique challenge because of the corner here. So just like have it pull out from the other side. Now we have a removable bracket here, okay? And honestly, I don't know whatever challenges you guys were facing. Maybe you tried to do it, but like I feel like there would have been a better way. There had to have been a better way. But right now, all we're concerned with is removing these thumb screws that are, by the way, also not silver. They are also black, but they're on the bottom, so I honestly don't care. I'm just like, I'm like still catching my breath because from any other case, if I didn't like it so much, it would not bother me in the least. I would just be like, it's just one more thing that sucks. This is just like you're having an ice cream sundae outside and a beautiful day and a bird just poops on it. And I'm talking about that bird just had Thanksgiving dinner. That's I really like it, but then I'm like, I'm more disappointed because of that. So, yeah. You guys know I rant. That's what I do when I'm upset by something, and that's just what this is. It's fine. But I do need to make it obvious for anyone who is going to be purchasing this because the last thing you want to do is make maintenance more arduous or tedious. You want to make it as easy as possible so that people are more likely to do it. I'm very lazy when it comes to this stuff. I'll clean off a front filter on like a front intake case like twice a year, if that. And I know that it's beneficial. But, yeah, what are you going to do? Hey, that is a really good point that was brought up earlier because white fans, white cables, white thing, white cables. Although it was stated earlier by the, CTO of a competing system integrator, hey, there's no pure white components out there, so it's fine. It's gonna be a little bit of sullying there. Get them brain, we know you mean well, and keeping it real. Yeah, I do try. I guess put it on some risers. Yeah, you still have to be able to get in there and, yeah, you have to be able to lever it out, because this thing has these little hooks in it where it hooks in there, and then you have to be able to pull that out. So even risers, like it's going to get in the way of it. I don't know. One thing I will say, I already tell you guys, do not put your PC on the floor, especially not on carpet. Well, now I'm saying especially not this case. Because, like, it's even harder to clean that out. So they did you no favors there. Penelope says, oh, no, they didn't. I'm afraid they did, Penelope. I wish they didn't. Okay, so this, I need to make sure I get the orientation correct on this. This goes in this way. Kind of like that stupid filter. So I need to put these in like that. So a good way to tell quickly what side of... Some fans will give you little arrows showing you which direction the air is going. Not all of them do. So this is changing, because if you see a fan that's marked reverse flow, like it says that it's reverse flow, it's the opposite of what I'm about to say. But generally speaking, the pretty side is where air goes in, and the side with the supports on it is where air comes out, right? So if you have this facing outward, it's an intake. If you have the pretty side facing inward, it's an exhaust. Cool? Cool. All right. You know, for a guy whose job it is to explain things and talk about things, I'm not always the best at explaining and talking about things. Most people put their PC in places where it's such a hassle to tip over and clean. Yeah, no, it's terrible. Yeah. Maybe if you had the Lazy Bray, which would be my version of the Lazy Susan, it would encourage you to keep it in an open spot where it'd be easy to tip it over. I don't know. Maybe we'll have a special height-only feature where there's a hole in the bottom to reach up through and just pull. I got nothing. I don't know. There we go. Okay, so with this going in like this, rather like this. Yeah, so we need to have basically the pretty side facing down in order to draw fresh air up into the GPU. So you can either do, apparently, 3 120 millimeter fans, which I'm not really seeing how, or 2 140s, which is what I'm doing. Let me grab one of these 120s and see if that's actually, if I'm wrong about that. I could be wrong. I don't want to mislead you guys. We like to be on the up and up here over at the Bragathorn show. Oh, it's taped. Of course it's taped. I guess one reason that I go off so much is that, like, as I'm going, I haven't always thought through all of the bad things about, like, the bad, like, the reason something is bad, and they occur to me as I go, and I'm like, oh my God, this is worse than I ever, it's more than an annoyance, it's bad design, yada, yada, yada. So that's why I tend to escalate, and I do apologize, especially if that makes anybody uncomfortable. Okay, so we got a 120 here. There's a hole like right there. That tells me that you're supposed to be able to put a fan here, and it looks like maybe you can. Like it,
No, doing this backwards again. So I go there. And then that would like tuck into here. Yeah, you can do 3 120s. You just have to tuck this corner in like that. And then you do one more and one more. But we're doing 2 140s. Should give us a little extra space for cable management. All right. Let's grab. Just one note for NZXT, not HYTE here. White fans, black screws. Man, come on, guys. Why is everybody doing this to me specifically? All right, what did I do with my nice screws that I provided myself? They're right here. Okay. There we go. I don't know that I have enough for this whole thing, so I'm going to use the black screws on the bottom, but I have black screws of my own right here, so I'll just use those. This is when I really wish I had my Bosch. Where is it? I swear I had it here. There it is. I got it. It was in my drawer. Neat. Let's get, okay, so that's about 5 pounds of torque there. Pretty low. No, not too low. And let's lower the speed to 1. There we go. Whoop. Just making sure I got that right. Should probably have, no, that's actually fine. I could probably turn that around actually. Yep, I put this on the wrong way. Okay. And just flip it around. You generally want to pay attention to, like I didn't in this case, to where you have your cables pointing, where they exit the fans basically, and I have them on the opposite side. Because there are holes in here for routing your fan cables. And the Y60, you sort of have to fish them a little bit more, like you have to, it's not as open and easy. So good job on improving that, honestly. So we just flip this guy around right here. There we go. And we'll have them both kind of going towards the same little corner there. Which is also kind of towards the central hub for cable management there. That should work quite nicely. That's a little too tight. If you squish down the anti-vibration pads too much, they don't do as much in terms of anti-vibration. And we'll just have this come out towards the same corner. So all the cables come out in one spot right here to go through just one of those cable management holes there. Should be fine. That should be good. Hey, what happened there? Give me back my bit. Thank you. I'm just going to use these screws, I guess. Those are way longer. Don't need that. everything on my desk, but I need to move things around because I also have my workstation on the other side of my L desk. And gets beyond cramped and hot. Honestly, like it's amazing what I will put up with in my own workspace until I realize, like, why am I working like this in these conditions? If I saw somebody working in these conditions, I would think they were being mistreated, but I'm doing this to myself. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get it. Whoop. I need to go back to like my Y60 review because it was an iBuyPower pre-built Y60. I need to see if I left it in the cut, and I'm sure I did. And I need to see how much I either did or did not go off on the dumb filter placement. Man, my stomach is rumbling. Sounds like a thunderstorm's coming. Okay, so we just feed these through right here. Trying to... You'll on some of these really thin cables, you'll get some like kinks on there. Just sort of unwrap those, unwind those so that you don't get any really sharp folds in the wires. And make sure they're all good like that. And then just feed them through. It'll be a little bit of a mess on the other side, but then you can clean it up. Oh, look, they're coming through. Yeah. Well, one did. I know I'm really slow with this, guys. You don't understand. Like, I've seen how fast Roby can build a PC. I take like 6 to 8 times longer because I just, for one thing, chronic fatigue syndrome. Okay, I'm not high energy other than yelling a lot. Physically, I tend to move fairly slowly. Unless I absolutely have to. You know, like, I'm not going to be the first to go on a zombie apocalypse, but I'm also not going to win the Olympics, okay? Where is this last cable? Trying not to put any weight on these. There's the last cable. It just got caught on something. Okay. Just have that edge over the side there, so there's no weight on the cables themselves. But yeah, when we were, I hope you guys all saw the QuakeCon video. That was a lot of fun to make. But there was a part where I was building a PC, and I really did. I helped build PCs there because they literally needed to be built. And also, I wanted to have a little bit of fun with it, you know? Yeah, in the time that it takes Roby to build like 4, I built 2. So he's, yeah. Very thoroughly moving at the perfect speed for me and a lot of others. So I'm glad to hear it. Die Hard, that's, you know, guys, whenever I complain about sites that have very poor starting specs, like exotic PCs. Exotic PC is one of the worst, okay? Worst. I don't know if you guys are ever gonna hear me say that, exotic PCs, but the only thing is that's exotic about you is the fact that you start all your PCs off with a GT 1030 just so that you can have your initial prices super low. It's exotically stupid. Because there are people who don't know, and that's normal. So they just like, this looks awesome. This picture that is nothing like the one they're actually going to get. This looks awesome. Add to cart. Let's go. In the videos where I talk about exotic PCs, Die Hard 8838, your situation is the exact one I was saying is likely to happen and why that's a problem. In order to be competitive, they're basically lying to you because they're like, yeah, this is a gaming PC, but the base specs, they wouldn't buy that themselves. They wouldn't build that for themselves, and they wouldn't give that to their friends or family. That's just how they get you on the site and keep you there. And I fight against that kind of stuff. I call them out all day long. But most people shopping for pre-built PCs don't even know, I'll say this here on Facecam. Most people shopping for pre-built PCs don't even know that there's content just for them, because for the most part, there isn't. It's all catering just to DIY. The industry supports this. Out of all the events I've ever gone to, whenever there's a stage, all I see for like a computer-based company, all I see is DIY, 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 and only once has a company had me go up there to talk about pre-builts. And that's 70 to 75% of their customers. It's so backwards. And it's continuing. It just keeps going. Like, how many times have I gone back up on a stage at an event to talk about pre-builts? Big fat 0. What can I say? I had fun doing it that time, so hey, what can I say? Like that's good for me. Exotic PC starts most of their PCs at like 1.1K. Then you actually build it to a mid-tier machine. Yeah, TTYE, that's what I'm talking about. Like, it's all subterfuge. It's all just to get you on the site, and maybe they'll keep you there, or they get those purchases where it's just someone who doesn't know better hitting add to cart, just as it is. Because you know what they do? You know what they do on their site? They post a picture of a PC with all the options, and they don't say that the product may not look like, or PC is pictured with options, many options, and it's about 5 times the price that you're looking at right now. It doesn't say anything like that. We can go check right now. I guarantee you exotic PCs is just as exotically bad as it was before. Okay, we got our bottom fans in. We got our cables for our bottom fans ready to go be routed. Let's go. And this was just flopping around. So glad I pre-ran that. Okay. I would say, I think that the priority here, and I get it, HYTE. The priority here was to make this as open and easy to push air through as possible. Like, I get that, and I appreciate that. But, like, I don't know, and that wasn't the worst, installing those fans. That wasn't too bad. It's just the filter cleaning thing. Like, rethink it. Back to the drawing board. It's not like these cases are a loss. You just built in a very major inconvenience for anyone who buys this. Like, it's just baked right into the crust. And I get, look, okay, I'm not gonna get on that again. Look, I think what is deep down frustrating me the most is that I was very open about this before. I was sent it for a review, and I feel like that review fell on deaf ears. And it was just about, I mean, you had this in the works. It could have been fixed. But does our feedback matter? Or do you just want us to post reviews so that you get clicks? What kind of company are you? I'm not giving that answer right here. I'm not insinuating one way or the other. It's an actual question that you guys need to answer for yourselves. Does our feedback as third-party consultants, let's say, does it matter to you? And that's a question for every SI, not just you guys, or every case manufacturer, let's say. Every case manufacturer, component manufacturer, when you send out stuff for review, is it just for attention, or are you looking for fresh eyes on your work? The work that you've been so close to, you often can't see the very obvious issues it might have. And that's a very common issue that anyone in any industry can have. There's times where I sit and stare at my own videos for way too long, and they were done 3 hours ago. maybe they could improve here and there, but I can't see it. So it's just like, you know what, just publish it. Just put it up. There's a certain threshold where you staring at your own stuff is only going to make it worse, and maybe that's the point you reached here, but I'm just getting too esoteric here. Whatever. And now, for those of you who are asking for advice, I'll tell you this. This is not a stream for me to help you find a PC based on your budget and your needs. I've been saying for a couple months now that, yes, those are coming back. And that's a major difference from where I was before, where I was saying, no, I can't right now, and I don't know when I will be able to. Saying they're coming back is a pretty big deal, and I'm sorry that it hasn't yet. But you best believe they're going to be back before Black Friday, so I can help get some people at least on the right track for Black Friday, because that's the biggest shopping day of the year, and I want to help people if I can. That's one thing I've been sorely missing, that's for sure. Okay. Other fans, these fans right here. Let's take off this front panel here. Front panel is 2 screws. 1 screw, 2 screw, right there. Is this too large for the screws? Nope. But it's blowing weird drill air right in my eyeball, so that's unpleasant. Okay, just like that, and then out and up. There you go. Put it somewhere safe. I've got a nice cushy chair here where the other glass is sitting, and it can stay there. And then, as part of your build process, you hydrate carefully if it's under pressure. Yeah, I know that doesn't sound nice when I drink from that. I just forgot to mute. And we're putting in these F120 RGBs. Yes, they might look a little different from what's on the AIO, but it's all under the same software and controller, so that's nice. And I'll take that. What did I do there? Okay. So these, we're actually going to be seeing... Oh, boy. This is terrible. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Because these are going to look terrible in reverse, let's check this out. These are the ones that just have the ring right here and nothing on the back. However, the ones that come with the AIO have the illuminated blades. So we're going to swap them. These are going to go on the side for intake, although I do believe that, well, see, these are fairly static. If you look at NZXT's airflow only fans, they're like, well, I did not mean to say that word combination. If you look at the ones that are more focused on airflow, they're very thin blades, whereas these are a middle ground, mostly actually set up for static pressure, it looks like. So I will use these for the AIO. That'll be facing down. The rings will look awesome. Okay, cool. But for these, I can have these backwards and the blades will still be illuminated, and that'll be the side intake. And here we go. And there they are. And I'm going to try to speed this up just a skosh, because I am taking forever. And I'm sorry about that. Really don't mean to. I really don't want to. It's just who I am. Let's put that there for when we mount the AIO, which is the thing that happens after this. Of course, we have our controller here, which has 3 RGB controllers on it. What about fan signal? Is that really it? So this can control 3 different nodes of RGB, it seems. That's a thing, I guess? I don't know. I really haven't installed a whole lot of NZXT stuff. Now I'm wondering if I should have gotten another RGB hub. But thankfully, there are quite a few NZXT AIO headers, not AIO, RGB headers on the motherboard, so we should be okay. Oh, boy. It's all in the details, everybody. It's all in the little details that I completely missed. Okay, so we'll grab these. Oh, that's where I wanted that to go. Okay. There we go. I got it. I'll set these aside for when the AIO is happening. You too, buddy. I think I reached a pretty good decision there. I think that'll work quite nicely. Those are technically whatever. See, these look a little bit more like airflow-centric fans. There's more gap in between here. And static pressure, here's the difference. So take a look at the difference between these fans right here. I'm a little baffled, honestly, because when you have near overlap of each blade of the fan, that is what keeps you from having blowback when you have an obstacle, say, so static pressure. But the ones that come with the AIO are seemingly more airflow centric. So, I mean, I'm not, it's smarter people than me who need to look at this and say whether this is bad or not. But generally, when you're looking at something like this, it's pretty clear which one of these is going to provide better static pressure. And it's funny, but those are the ones we're putting on the AIO. And that's totally how I meant to do it. This was completely planned, and I was just playing the fool. Right. Moving on. I got my army back from Power Color, even though they said they didn't find anything wrong with my OG XTX. Time will tell, as it took about 16 hours of gaming to have it act dumb. Well, looks like you are obligated to game for a long period of time. I feel bad for you. TTY says, I decided to save for the last few months and put in an order for a Falcon Northwest Beast. Cannot wait for it to get here. Hey, I cannot fault you for that. Like, at the very least, okay, look, I love the Talon. It is seriously just like cranking away, running everything right now, recording locally in high quality, streaming in high quality, running OBS and browsers and chat windows and all kinds of cameras and everything. What do you hear? It's right here. Seriously, one of the things you are paying for is how quiet they are. And as a content creator, I put a lot of stock in that. And no one's gonna like get miffed at me for talking about, you know, some other SI when I'm covering HYTE's case, because HYTE is not IY Power, and IY Power is not HYTE. I mean, it's close, but like, yeah, they'll forgive. They're good, and they don't mind. They know who I am and what I do. This is weird. Hang on a second. So that, first off, these are going to go backwards like this. Okay. Secondly, I guess I can just hold them through there. Yes. Okay. All right. Guess I got to move these finally so I can push those cables through. Wow. There we go. Got it. Can you guys see what I'm doing? Okay, is this all right? This angle, everything good? I mean, some of this stuff, like in the final video, it's going to be sped through like high speed. This is not a how to build a PC kind of thing. was that? Oh, that was from the, I need to keep that. So one thing I do recommend is if you're going to be removing screws that are easy to lose, put them back where they go on the case without that panel there, just so that they're in the right place. What did I do with the other one? I put it right in here. So like if you have thumb screws for the back, remove the panel or whatever, put the thumb screw back in the threaded hole where it was sitting before, just so that you don't lose anything that is specific to that application in that particular spot. Let's get these here. Yeah, these are facing back, so it doesn't matter. It's fine. There's certain things where I'm like, all right, I need to get over that. That's no big deal. And I would say that the black screws in a white case is one of those things I need to just get over. Although this is not provided by HYTE, but rather by the fan manufacturer that sent white fans with black screws. These are really long fan screws. And considering fan screws basically have to chew into plastic in order to thread, it's a lot of chewing into plastic. It's a lot of torque this has to apply. A 1, a 2, yeah, John sure is, for sure. I think the biggest fear about building my own is routing the power cables and getting them right. Well, they won't fit and like they're keyed. So you're not supposed to be able to plug certain things into the wrong things. But, you know, life finds a way. So remember, I am setting these up as intake, side intake. And this is probably going to be one of the best dual chamber side intakes that there is because of this divider right here. Fantastic. Love that. No pun intended. But that means that we're going to take the pretty side of the fan and we're going to be facing it that way where no one will see it. You will see the back part here, which is not as pretty, but because these glow from the hub out, you'll still see RGB coming through. I would say that NZXT, like many fan manufacturers, need to look into the recent trend of having reverse fan blades. However, I don't like the way any fan manufacturers are doing it. I think they're doing it wrong. I think I have the answer, and I'm not going to talk about it here. Because I proposed that answer to a certain fan manufacturer to see if they liked it. And it's one of those things where it's like, why didn't everybody think of this? So, we'll see. You guys just hold on to that one, okay? Hold on to that one. I'll get back to you. Let's just use these. That is too strong. I need to lower that torque just a bit. My luck, Bray, I'd make it work. My main gear I bought about 2-3 years ago. Of course, I already upgraded the RAM and VC. Watch out for power supply from main gear. They can sometimes underpower their systems, even right in the face of like NVIDIA recommendations. They'll just be like, nah. However, I have spoken to them about this, and they assure me that it's only after very thorough testing that they would ever let that go out the door. And to think about it, of course, like RMAs are a money pit, and no SI would willingly cause a bunch of them, right? And these screws are cutting me up. Still, you know, pays to be vigilant. Also, Brave Thorn, if you notice, but a lot of the good SIs have made the default CPUs for Intel with 14th gen over 13th. It's what's current now. That's, yeah. I'm not the only person saying that. Look, even Intel, I'm not mad at Intel for doing a refresh of the product stack. They said that's what it was. They're like, this is a mild refresh. You're looking at 1 to 3% performance gains. Here's one CPU where we added 4 efficiency core, or is it 8? 4 efficiency cores. Here you go. They were upfront about it. They weren't like, yo, this is the future. I mean, it is. It was the future. Now it's the present. That's their attitude for 14th gen. But everyone's acting like they promised them freaking like sleigh rides on rainbows and 7 gigahertz running at 35 degrees Celsius. Like, who told you that? Who told you this was going to revolutionize everything? Like, look, I love Steve. Steve is awesome. I enjoy watching his channel. But, like, dial back the sanctimony a little bit and the sarcasm, because they said it was a refresh, bro. They told you. And you're like, oh, a staggering performance increase. Oh, my God. Maybe if I do this for another 20 minutes, it'll be even funnier. Like, no, that's the Family Guy strat. You don't need to go that route. Where you do the joke till it's not funny anymore, and you just continue to do the joke and hope it comes back around to being funny. That was pretty cringe to watch, honestly. Like, everybody who paid attention knew it was just a refresh. And it's mostly at the same price, so you get, like, a little performance bump for, like, mostly the same price. 13th gen drops in price. It's pretty great, actually. What's to be sarcastic about? Like, they didn't lie about it. They told you. And it's not like they're the only ones that do it. AMD does it too. AMD has done literally the same thing. So, you know. But yeah, I mean, I'm aware it's out there. I'm not obsessed with getting it because it's very similar to 13th gen. And here's the thing, and I want to remind you guys of this, all right? When there is marketing out there that is lying about something, like saying this is revolutionary and you know it's not from third-party reporting, don't fall for that. Like, if there's a single person who upgrades from 13th gen Intel to 14th gen Intel, like, you fell for that. Like, don't do that. I downgraded because, hey, this thing has nearly as many E-cores. It's going to run cooler, literally make my room cooler. That seemed to make sense to me, and it was an opportunity I had because of Falcon Northwest. But, like, I said in the video, should anybody do this? Hell no. Don't do this. I just thought, we thought it would be interesting to try. It's just like, so if someone still has 13th gen, what should they do? If an SI, where they order in allocations, like they order in quantity, what should they do with all that? Oh, that terrible 13th gen. E-waste. No, it's fine. It's still good. And it doesn't make anyone else better just because they had it first or second or third or fourth. It's just whenever they are good to do that. Like Falcon Northwest had it up the day before it launched. Falcon Northwest moves low quantities. They don't have a ton of inventory. They don't have to. I'm not, by the way, lecturing you. I get emphatic about this stuff just because I care about it. And because I hear a lot of stuff that's, you know, very sure of things that we shouldn't be sure about necessarily. There we go. We got our side fans in. Bam. Look at that. Very nice. Now we're going to do our A, I, O. Unless I should do some cable management. No. What happened? It was so nice before I did anything. I don't know what happened. Oh, no. So this is what I'm talking about when I say don't cross the streams, right? These are all tangled up with the front panel connectors. Get them out of there. Get them together where there is nothing from another like type of connection in the middle of it. Now, I did say I wouldn't mix power and RGB, right? It was power and RGB. But these are also strictly just fan cables. And you can look at it like that too. Or if I wasn't streaming and I had a couple of hours to just sit and look, I can get completely lost in cable management, and it's a pretty good time. Very zen, actually. But I don't have that time now, so these are just going to go together. That's fine, by the way. Okay. And then there's these from the bottom fans. So these, I would probably snake these underneath all these other cables. So look, now, yes, these go in the middle, so we can either have these go under. You basically figure out how you like to do it. Like if I did it like this, that's probably fine too, because then they're not really like impeding each other. See that? But you figure out what's right for you. Don't cross the streams is my way of doing things. Doesn't mean you have to. I don't even hold this standard to system integrators. They ain't got time for the way I do cable management when I really sit down and focus and do it. I'm going to take a quick vape break. Pardonnez-moi. Braithorn, but we can all agree when you rename a refresh next gen, is that not ingenious? No, I mean, if you tell everyone 14th gen is a Raptor Lake refresh, you don't expect big gains. You just don't. They actually provided their own numbers showing that it was up to like 3%. And everybody was like, oh my God. And they're like, what? What is it? What? Did we do something wrong? Because we said it out loud, right? Like that, you were there. It's not ingenious. It's business. They are just doing their thing. Like it's not devious. Oh. Don't worry, Braithorn, we're on the same page about it. I just want to see the 13th gen prices slowly fall down to more affordable prices of people. They already did. I was at Best Buy and I saw like a, 13900K, like a, like what is it? What was it? I'm off on numbers, $500, something like that. And 13600K was at or under 300. They're falling at specific retail locations, and they'll fall in general all through the market over a short period of time. It's happening. By the way, no one should do this. Nobody should vape. It's very bad for you. But if you smoke cigarettes, it was in a study in, was it New England or England? One of the Englands. I was reading an article on this, and I'm just not necessarily always the best at retaining specific facts about those. But cigarette smoking was shown to be 95% more damaging than vaping, though that 5% is still bad. Don't do it. I'm just saying, don't judge me for doing it because it's this or like big fat hand-rolled cigars all the time like I used to do. Boss Blondie, what's up? Did you come in and say hi and I didn't see you? I'm sorry. I'm thinking I'm going to upgrade my CPU sometime soon and just get the one that's cheaper. There you go. Remember that upgrades need to happen when you feel like they need to happen, not when marketing tells you that you need it to happen. And CPU is like, it's just not as important when it comes to gaming as your GPU is. And we know the GPU market is a mess. It's a big old mess. But that's where the gaming's at. So, yeah. Braithorn, you know, it's lethal to live too. Honestly, this is my only vice. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I just vape. That's it. I was in Vegas, and look, I was like the only sober person in Vegas. Do you know how that feels? It sucks. It's the worst. I had like a glass, like a finger of scotch at the Razor party. That was it. Macallan, 12-year. I was going to get the 18-year, but the bartender was like, that's going to be really expensive. I was like, oh, okay. 12-year is fine. That's good. I hadn't had scotch in years, so I was like, that's going to be enough for me. Don't worry. It's just, I take half an hour to drink one thing of like a little serving of scotch. It's very little. And I just sit there and I just sip and I'm just like, I'm good. But man, that was a crazy, crazy event. Good Lord. Okay, I hate Vegas. Did I say that already? I hate Vegas. TwitchCon should have been in San Diego, like last year. Vegas was a terrible idea. At least we can simulcast now, not that I was able to. All right, whatever, I'm moving on. Sorry. Okay, AIO time. Let's go. Oh yeah, I was gonna collect these. Let me at least just like Velcro tie strap these together so that they're not flopping around all namby-pamby from tree to tree. Seven is the magic number. Seven little chipmunks sitting on a branch, eating all the chestnuts at my uncle's ranch. Does anybody know the reference? It's not very old, but it's an old but funny movie. It's not old. It's shut up. Okay, we got that one. I got to tell you guys, I was faster at doing this before I got essential tremors. The combination of chronic fatigue syndrome and essential tremors is really a bastard. What did I even do? Wow, what did I do? What did I do wrong in a past life to deserve that? Wow. There's worse. There are worse things, to be clear. Let's just get that. Tuck that into here. It's right in there for now. We'll do the power supply after the AIO is in. And I guess we'll just put the twisty tie back on this, or is it, or Velcro strap? Yeah, sure, whatever. What am I going to use this whole thing? Have you guys ever done that where you're taking the wrapper off a straw and you throw the straw away and try to put the wrapper in your drink? You know what I mean? I just did that. All right. Now that should help for lazy Susaning around here. Okay. So this comes out. We're going to leverage that. It's back here. There we go. So back here, you have 2 thumb screws to remove the fan bracket, the radiator bracket on the top. Diehard 8388 says gaming is good enough for me. There you go. Well, hey, you can have too much of any good thing and too much of any bad thing. Everything in moderation, right? Okay, so that goes in this way. And how do we want the AIO tubes to go? Do we want them to go to the... Yeah, they should probably go to the front. Yeah. They could go... Yeah, it's a little too short for them to go to the back. The tubes are too long for that. All right. So am I able to flip this? No, it doesn't... I guess you can't. On some of these, you're able to like flip the bracket so you can like sandwich it or whatever. That's usually the worst way to do this anyway. So it's just going to be fans attached to the radiator and the short screws holding the radiator in here at the top. And we're going to use these along this line here because that's where your 360 can, how your 360 can go. There's actually kind of a guide here where it shows you this right here. That's where your 280 would end, right there. Was that helpful? I don't know. I hope so. Let's get our fans ready. Falcon, yep. Kelt got it. I mean, he didn't have to say the name, but like, yeah, that's it. What's up, Kelt? How's it going? Did I summon you by saying nice things about Falcon Northwest earlier? I bet I did. It's always how it happens. I really hope I'm not missing anything when it comes to fan hub stuff. We'll see. Did you hear my method for cable management? Don't cross the streams, keep specific types of cables together, yada yada. I probably said that in a video here and there already, so it's like whatever. But we all get our little things that we like, our methods, habits. Just got here, was doing 7-minute abs. Right. I don't know, man. Might be time to push it to 8. And I'm not making a comment about your abs. I'm just saying, if you're so dedicated to it that you would miss being able to hang out in the stream, you're definitely advanced enough to probably move up to 8. That'd be the logical move. Let's leave that one for now. Take the box off first. That is quite nice. So this is the newer version of the what was called previous. Well, I mean, it was the Kraken AIO, and now so what you had was like the X73. The Kraken X73 would have just the regular RGB on the CPU block, and then there would be the Kraken Z73, and that would have the little screen on it for your GIFs and your telemetry. This now all of these are the Krakens. This is just the Kraken Elite RGB. There are non-RGB versions, and there now all of them actually have a screen on them. Even the more budget-oriented ones, and the price is around the same. That's great, honestly. Like, I love to see that kind of thing. But this one has the larger, nicer, more smoother animated screen. So I had a custom animation I had made for my PC way back when I had the Z73. I wonder if I can find that and utilize it. But oh man, the barbs on this, the rotation's really nice. Real nice. And look at that. Look at those tubes. Pretty thin tubes overall, actually, but should be sufficient for what we're doing here. Okay. So we're probably going in like so. Yeah. So it's going to be like that. And we'll just have our block just like this. I think that should be fine. What if I flipped it, though? Yeah, see, if I flip it, that's kind of pushing them. Yeah, I don't like that. Okay, no, gonna go the other way. Okay, just like that. Yep. All right. Now this has thermal paste pre-applied. So, question, should I leave this on here and use it? Or, since Falcon Northwest right there was kind enough to send me enough KPX for, you know, more than just one usage right there, should I use KPX? Full disclosure, this system is going to be coming apart later, so I can put all the same components into a different case that's debuting soon. So I don't think I would prefer to use a KPX on this. I would probably just use the default, but the next system would get KPX. So that could give it an undue benefit, like make it uneven. So, thoughts, concerns, questions, recipes? Barry Thorne, careful with that knife, friend. Sorry to hear about your issues. Oh, that's okay, John. I'm not. First off, you know, this. I've been using these kinds of knives for a very, very long time. I've probably scraped myself up more on the fan screws in here. Like I actually scraped myself on one earlier because they can be a little sharp if you're like drilling them into something. More risk of that than hurting myself on that, just because I've been, you know, I still have some dexterity, even though I have shakes when it comes to more delicate work. Whatever. Anyway, but I appreciate the concern. So these are going to go, just verifying this, because it's going to go in like that. We want all of our fan cables to come out this way, right here. Okay? So that means it's going to be like so. So they can go towards the back where the cable management is. Let's just do that. I need a bigger desktop for this sit-stand desk. I really, really do. This is not enough room to work. Okay. Let's see how these sit in here. Do they need washers? Yeah, I would say probably. How many washers do I have? Do I have enough washers for that and for mounting the rad to the case? So that's going to be 6 and 12. Okay. So 12 on one side, 12 on the other. Let's see if we have enough of that. I think we do. So what'd you do tonight? Oh, I just kind of sat there and watched this guy count washers. He was just counting them. I don't know. He just wouldn't stop counting washers. Sorry. Till 16. All right, we got enough. Cool. All right, neato gang. Exactly 24. So I need to use the washers on all of these. That's how I was inclined to do anyway. So let's carry on. Of course, it's a fully white radiator, tubes, CPU pump block, and white fans, and black screws. Is it me? Am I crazy? Is it just me? I don't know. It just makes sense to have them look a little bit more like this. Like, why not just use, well, here you go. That would make more sense to me. But I don't have the long screws in this kit, so I got to use what they give me. I know I have, like, you guys, I have so many, like, spare screws that I've collected over the eons, but I like, since I moved, I haven't been able to find any of that stuff. It sucks. I do have just, like, kits of screws, nuts, bolts, washers. I do have that here, but I'm not going to sift through that while you sit there and expect you to be entertained. Are you? Are you not entertained? Hey guys, do me a favor while I'm doing this, because this is a lot of work. Like, I'm actually going to raise up the desk because my back is starting to hurt a little bit, just to get the work a little closer to me. Do me a favor while I'm doing this. If you don't mind dropping a like, I would really appreciate that, because I'm doing this for you, and because it's fun too. But still, I would appreciate that. I'm not gonna lie, I would like that a lot. I would like it if you'd like this. It's like cyclical. Is that the right usage of that? Let's get that torque way down. Actually, that's a little too much. You do want a good... Let's not cinch those under there. That's why it was feeling kind of wonky. Gotta get that out of there now. There we go. I had a connector that was stuck under there. That's good. That's good for those wires. Love that. Let's go in an X pattern here. Not that important when it's just this, but like whatever. You do want to get a good seal with the radiator, though. Stop that. It's one downside to these fans is that, well, I mean, actually, the way the radiator is, there's going to be a gap at the edge, but oh well. Nothing's perfect, I guess. So I asked earlier, and I didn't look for answers. That's, yeah. People went to Vegas for that infamous sphere. No? Well, I mean, it's there, and there's like an event center or something there. There's like concerts and stuff there. I mean, I went there for TwitchCon, so no. It was cool, though. It was really kind of cool because I was driven past it a few times by like Uber drivers and stuff, and it's really cool getting close to and seeing that, like, the resolution as you get closer, and it's just like, wow, we're used to judging monitors, like panels, by pixels per inch. This is like pixels per foot. It was really, really fascinating. And yeah, honestly, there is one good thing about Vegas, and that's the food. The food is amazing, but like, it's not enough for me. I just don't like Vegas. It's like one of those things where it's like it's just generally a bad time to me. I've had fun there before, but I don't know. If I'm being honest, I've always been kind of a homebody anyway. And I am what is considered an ambivert. So I'm not averse to attention. I like being in a fun environment, and I was gonna say I like being the center of attention, but that's not exactly accurate for me. I like engaging with, with people. I don't mind being in front of people and talking. I did a panel. It went awesome. We did a panel on stepping up and standing out, like upping your game with like your stream and making it, better. Which I when I was streaming on Twitch, I did Motion Studio, and that made a huge difference, and just stuff like that, right? So I mean, I'm an ambivert, but that also means that battery that needs recharging, I got one of those, and it was constantly in need of recharging over there. I was like, oh. But I did get to meet a few of my favorites. Weirdly enough, all right, I've looked up to okay, I don't agree with every word he says. I'm never like that with people I look up to. I feel like when you look up to someone, you should actually hold them to a higher standard, not a lower standard, like the tendency seems to be with some, say, public figures or whatever. But Harris Heller, I've watched this stuff for a really long time. He's the reason I started the YouTube channel. I just wanted to stream. And now and then I wanted to, just so I could play video games. Like I had an excuse, like, oh, well, I got to stream, so I'm going to play GTA 5 or GTA Online or whatever, right? But then I started having fun, and I started getting a little bit of a following. So I was like, well, how do I grow this? And his advice was, okay, start a YouTube channel, but don't just upload your VODs to that. Make it about something else, something that you're passionate about. And I was like, okay. So I did. Hi, welcome to my YouTube channel that I do full time. So I got to meet him and actually ran into him a couple times, trying not to be, weird about it or anything, because like, why would I do that? That would be weird, clearly. But his initial reaction when he saw like my name badge and when I introduced myself, he was like, dude, it's an honor to meet you. I've heard about you like all over the place. I'm like, what? This Brayathorn? Not this. He was like, yeah, dude. Like I was just hearing your name all the time. And I'm like, who's talking about me to you? So it was weird. And when I talk about like, oh, I don't agree with them and everything and hold to a higher standard, there's not even anything controversial there. It's just like when I'm like, I don't really like that product, and he's like, I like this product. So what? That's how this stuff goes. I feel like he's a great content creator. He puts a lot of work into what he does, and he does good work. Also, he has like my dream studio, where it's like we can't have basements in South Texas, right? In this part of Texas, the ground shifts too much. He has this amazing basement studio, and I'm like hyper jealous of it. Like, oh man, it's awesome. I think I'm gonna just push this out just to be like that, I guess. There we go. There's only 2 rows here. So when you have this, you basically have, with a 360, you can put it in that row or in this row. That's the only adjustment you have. So have fun with that, I guess. I push it out if you can, because you might have tall RAM or something like, but there's a lot of vertical space here. You're going to be fine. But anyway, that was super surreal, like crazy surreal. To have someone I've been watching for like 4 years, like well before I even started streaming, actually. It was just like, His videos were entertaining, and I'd always thought of streaming. It might even be 5 years at this point that I've been watching his content, his streams, stuff like that. I think when Alpha Gaming was at like 30K, I started watching that channel. Man, it's a long time. But to have that person just like feedback and say like, no, I'm stoked to meet you, is like, you get vertigo almost. Like, that doesn't make sense. So it was fun. And I got to meet Point Crow, who's awesome. Like, Point Crow is great. I told him, like, whenever I don't know, it's not like I sit there formulating how to, like, oh, if I see them, I'm going to make them feel, I'm going to manipulate them by saying one magical sentence. But I do like to be able to say one thing that is significant whenever I meet someone who is significant to me. So, like, I met Gerard the Completionist. One of the best in the biz, man. Gerard is like a workhorse. Like, he makes some of the best content out there for gaming. Absolutely. And I met him, and he was like super cool, like you imagine he would be. And Point Crow, like I told him, I was like, dude, your Tears of the Kingdom playthrough, I got emotional from that all over again after I played it myself. I saved it until I was done, and then I went and watched it, and I got emotional all over again because you got emotional, because of the way you approached it. He was like, thank you. And I hadn't posted any of these pictures yet. I really should. I met Nutty. Nutty is super awesome if you want to learn stuff about streaming technology, streaming tricks, plugins, things like that. Nutty is awesome. I got to chat with Christopher Yee, but I mean, I met him at LTX, and he was super cool there. And Christopher Yee is awesome. I got really into watching when he would build PCs for other streamers, because the PCs were cool, but it was when he would tell them what that person meant to him, like how they inspired him, all of that. It was like, you know what? This is a little bit cringe, but it's exactly the right kind of cringe that I can get behind. And I really enjoyed it, you know? But he actually set up shop in the Artist Alley, and it was called, because he's Christopher Yee, and he builds keyboards, so Yee boards. It just makes all the sense. I just realized I don't think my chat pop out is actually updating. It's not. I have chat popped out over here, but it's way behind actual chat right here. Because I have the one from OBS, and it's like, I've missed a bunch. I'm sorry. Did I miss the cost of the case? Clint Hennis, it is $359 with the 4K touchscreen on it. So it does make a good bit of sense, but it's going to be a tough pill to swallow for some. You'd have fun sifting through a bag of random screws I have. You might find some jumpers I took from older hardware like HDDs and boards. I have a few like totes of stuff like that I still need to go through, much less going through yours for you. But I appreciate that. Yo, Sega, what's up, dude? Hey, everybody, right here. This is a dude that I've known for like the longest. He's so cool. Everybody say hi to Sega there. And I don't know, dude. Are you gonna you Twitch or YouTube? What's going on with you? If I tell people to follow you, where do I tell them to do that at this point? But TwitchCon was 100% better because I got to hang out with my buddy Sega. 100%. Welcome to the chill build, my friend. Is the case worth the upgrade? Project says I have a Y60 right now. Nobody can tell you that for you. Like, do you have a GPU that's like struggling to breathe? Then yeah, it has 4 slots instead of 3 right there, plus a little extra space for airflow. Plus you can fit actually 3 120 millimeter fans on the bottom instead of 2 120s or 2 140s. So if there's a performance gap, then yeah. But do you need the screen? So one thing I was going to get to here when it came to my conclusion, and I'll go into it in more depth when I finish here, which hopefully should be soon. Just got to do this, power everything up, and then install the power supply, and then we can fire it up. But I don't know if I'm going to stay up. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it would because I'm moving very slowly. I'm getting tired. My back's hurting. So I don't know if I want to do the Windows install and at least run Cinebench and get some temps and then like Furmark. But that means installing Windows because I don't have a drive in there that already has Windows. I might just like do that real quick, or grab another drive. But I rarely like to have an existing install of Windows have to like recognize new hardware and set up that way, because you might be introducing some kind of latency or something like that, background processes from previous drivers and stuff like that. And I don't want to sit there cleaning that stuff out while you guys wait around on stream. I don't even know if I want to keep putting all these screws in because this is getting to be a lot. But I only have 3 to go, so I really should just finish it. And it'll be super solid. You can just hang off of it if you wanted to. How do you decide which PC do you use for your main personal one? Depends on its capabilities and my needs. So I need a PC that can edit video and isn't super loud. So it's the Falcon Northwest for me. But that's because I have the luxury of having one that was sent to me by Falcon Northwest. If it was a cost performance thing, I don't think I could do Falcon Northwest based on my own personal finances. That's a lot of money that can go into the channel, you know? But that's assuming that I would even have a channel if I was thinking of it that way, because I don't, I shouldn't, it'd be unreasonable for me to buy PC parts, he said, while installing a 360 AIO he bought with his own money. Hey, look, it's going to look better, right? It's worth it. I just should have bought the right fans that match. And these are going to be slightly better static pressure, though. I'm pretty sure of that. So for this, we'll need to lower this in just like that. Nope, I have to undo the cables first. 1 second, everybody. Why am I even messing with twist ties when I have side cutters right here? Flush cutters, I should say. But do these carefully. Do not nick these cables. Use just a very tippity tip of that. There we go. I am hungry. I'm going to have me some Whataburger. I feel like every time I finish a stream, the one thing I want is Whataburger. I don't know why. And also, I'm sad on the inside whenever I hear someone say, "Oh, Whataburger sucks," because that person has never in their life been to the right Whataburger. Just like any franchise, there are good ones and there are bad ones. Okay. Did you guys discuss, because chat, I was staring at a non-moving chat. I thought everybody was just kind of tired or something. Did anybody respond on the whole, like, should I use the KPX or the included thermal paste that's already pre-applied? What do you guys think about that? I wish we got to hang out more. I feel you, man. But you know what? It's quality over quantity. We had a good time. I'm OnlyFans now. No, I'm not gonna. Thinking to make the switch to YouTube. Well, now you can do both, bro. No harm in it. Just do both. See which one takes off. I say that, and I'm not simulcasting like I planned. So here's what I want to do. I do want to go ahead and install Windows, and I want to install the software for the screen because I got to show you guys what the screen looks like. And then we can, I'll run a quick little benchmark, and we'll call it a night. Because I started an hour late, and this is getting pretty late, and I'm very hungry. Thankfully, Whataburger is 24/7, but still, I'm not planning on being here for the rest of my life. So, with cable management for these, we can go down into these holes here, or I believe up and over and down into the holes that are here on the top. But I'd rather not do that because that lid might mess with it a bit. So we're going to bring these down. And directly back. And that's going to be fine. That kind of slots forward right there. I should probably be showing the top-down camera that I took such pains to set up earlier, but I'm just tired, bro. I'm just tired. All right, let's just put these thumb screws back in to secure that little guy right there, that radiator bracket. You're not wrong, Lamau, but I think I'm going to quit streaming and focus on YouTube vids is what I mean. Oh, okay. Bill's is looking beautiful. Thank you. Pre-applied is usually fine. I tested the pre-applied with my current processor, and I barely hit 50s. But I do have Cryonaut Extreme and H1 available too. KPX. So here's the thing. As it turns out, I'm going to take this exact system apart later and build it into yet another case that is in some ways pretty similar to this one, but that is launching soon. And if I use the stock thermal paste on this and then KPX on the next one, that's going to give an unfair advantage to that next one because with really good thermal paste, you can drop a couple degrees. So I should probably just remove it, apply KPX, call it a day. Why is this? Oh, I was trying to screw it into the wrong spot. Okay. It looked like the right spot, all right? But looks can be deceiving, guys. There we go. And we'll just get this one in here, and that part of my life is done. So then you just leave these here, and we're done. No, I'm just kidding. All right, don't freak out. It's okay. Just take these, and you route them right to the back. I would rather have these go over the top, but I'm worried that I'm not moving it now. That's where it is. But there is some space in here, but I don't want to risk it. There's these tabs that come down, and I don't want to crush a cable. So whatever, whatever. We'll just route them back. It's going to be fine. This is not how this build is going to be forever. As a matter of fact, I'm going to come back to this case and do a different build in it, and I'm going to have a little help with that, actually, later on. And I'll just let you suffer in curiosity over that one. I mean, yeah, that's not great. It's not my favorite. I don't actually like that. Whatever. I got to get this done. I got to get finished. So this is not me saying this is the final build. It's going to be like this forever. We just got to get this finished up and dunion rings, baby. So we can move on to showing off that screen and this RGB and the final product for now. This is therapeutic, says Lucy. I feel the same way. Except when I'm complaining about bad design decisions. And there are a few in this case. All right, and that's because, like, I respect the designer a lot. But that's why I'm like, really? Come on, really? Yeah, you know, that kind of feeling. It's like, I don't know sport ball, but say that there's your favorite sport ball player, and they're doing a good game, making all the points. And then suddenly, just at one or two times in the game, when they're supposed to be scoring the field or whatever, they just forget how to do the ball game. Like, for like a solid 20 seconds. And then, bam, they're back in full form, throwing all the home runs. No. I didn't do sports growing up, okay? It's not a big deal. Sorry, forgot to mute. I shouldn't. This one's loud, so I shouldn't do that. I'm not even like fully, excuse me. I'm not even fully off camera there. But this is starting to shape up pretty well. Just got to get that AIO pump in there. All right. Let's just do KPX for both builds. All right? Just to be totally fair and balanced. Didn't. One second. I don't want to rest it on the cables. That would be dumb. That is a lot of cables. Like, I do enjoy some daisy chaining fans. I really do, because look at this freaking mess. Good Lord. All right. Now, let's go ahead and we'll clean off the CPU block, apply some KPX. This is Kingpin's stuff, so it's very good. It is. Okay, and get my paper towels. Where do they go? Did they fall? Man, this place is a mess. I always I take my time setting up. I try to get everything right. And in the last hour and a half, mad scramble. Everything, everywhere, all at once. Where did I put my freaking shop towels? Oh my God, where are they? This is why I wanted a large garage studio, which it's going to be getting cool enough to use that pretty soon. So really glad that I spent all the time setting this one up. Yeah, I had a roll of shop towels here. I need them. I do need them if I'm going to clean off that thermal paste. Oh, well. Found a clean shop towel. Like, what the heck? Why? Why one? Why just one? I think you're assuming too much. There's no warranty gotcha for replacing the pre-apply. Not that I've ever seen, Mike. Never seen that. It's just a courtesy that they put it on there for you. Seriously. It helps for them. It helps them ensure that the product should behave as advertised for those who don't feel comfortable putting on their own thermal paste. I really wish I had gotten some of the cryo sheets too. I want to try those out. For something like a test bench where you're constantly changing it out, that seems like such a perfect solution. The only reason I insist on using shop towels for this rather than just regular paper towels is that shop towels aren't as likely to leave any fibers behind. They stay together more like fabric than paper towels do. Look at how beautiful that is. Gorgeous. You're gorgeous, honey. There you go. There's a little spot left right there. There we go. And let's just get a little brush up on the CPU itself, just to give us a clean slate to work with. I always take my time with this, man. Always take your time when applying thermal paste, doing all that. Oh, that looks nice. Okay, so I have zero compunction about using this little guy. See that? Back when your average IHS was more squared than rectangular, yeah, you could just put a pea-sized drop of your thermal paste of choice, and you could reasonably expect it to get good coverage. IHSs are weird now, okay? They're weird. Ryzen 1s, don't even get me started on Ryzen 7000 IHSs and their weirdness, but like even these are just like, hey, we're just gonna be a little longer, and where's the heat gonna be concentrated? You don't know. It's a heat spreader, right? It's kind of in the middle, but kind of to the left. Ugh. So I overdo it with thermal paste. I give it an even spread, and I don't expect to get any loop about it. Cool? Cool. Hold on, I gotta see. I find that far too often the 5-volt ARGB daisy chaining cables are too short to reach otherwise, unless you can possibly chain them. I had to still get a 5-volt RGB hub that didn't reach the after installation. The reviews at least said they're close to good thermal paste, but if you don't cut them to size, they'll crack. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Too much like thermal, like it's, what is it? What's the word I'm looking for? Whatever. It's just like part of it's cold, part of it's hot. And I don't know. I don't know the properties of that stuff, so I really can't speak to it. Someone tell JC Sense about the need to cut them. I've seen him use them in a couple of vids, and he mentioned that he should cut them, but doesn't. Yep. Bray's gonna make the smallest pancake buffet for us. Absolutely. Anything for you guys. All right. All right, Dave's Dimension. I missed saying bye to you, but I appreciate you coming by if you watch the VOD later. Thanks for being here. And anybody who's leaving because it is getting really late. So for this, I'll just do a sort of go all along the longer part here and then just spread that across. And if I need to add more, do you know what I do? I just add more. It is non-conductive. So I just try to make sure it goes to that other edge there and then go across. And yes, it will spread more as pressure is applied. That's the idea. So I go across, make sure I'm not leaving any, like, too much on one part. Go across, and then I go down. There we go. And if it looks like there's any parts that are just too thin, I'll just add more. And I try to make sure there's no chance to have any bubbles. But as Jay said himself, the pressure of putting on the pressure that's applied by a properly mounted cooling solution is usually enough to get rid of any kind of bubbles. But I need a little bit more on the bottom part there, right there. There we go. And you do want to kind of like brush off the front, like the tip of this thing once you're done expelling it there, because otherwise you get the long strings across your motherboard and then it's like, ugh. And by all means, please do not get this stuff in your clothes and do not eat it. Come on. It is ridiculously difficult to wash out of your clothes, and it is very toxic. Like, wow. So what you want is, you don't want it to be thick. It doesn't need to be really thick. We're talking about, like, at some part, it's like microns thick once the pressure is applied to it. That's an exaggeration, okay? But what you don't want is, you don't want to see any of the silver, really, because that's what could lead to a bubble if there's going to be one, and that's a big if. There we go. Nice and even, like the stingiest cake frosting you've ever applied. Like when you kind of don't like someone and you're frosting a cake for them, and you want to let them know that you don't dislike them enough to not give them any frosting, but they're not getting a lot. They're getting just a touch. Oh, that went off to the side. Whatever. Okay, that's perfect right there. It's more than enough, and that is just enough. And this is my last one of these, so yeah, I'm going to clean it and keep it. Waste not, want not. Mr. Guillotine says, only going on 11 my time, still have things to do, so I'm here off and on. Okay. You know, I did see someone from chat at TwitchCon, Dr. Dilly, chatting from chat and from comments. So I don't know if you're lurking, if you're here, or if you were going to watch this later. But Dr. Dilly, it was a pleasure meeting you. Okay, so this is nice and clean. I used the cloth that was still soaked with IPA, so it's perfectly clean, ready for reuse. And that's part's done. I just need to put the cooler on there once I have the hardware, which is right here. Isn't it? No. Where are those thumb screws at? Oh boy. What did I do with the thumb screws? Not like this kind of thumb screws, but like the one. Here they are. I got them. Okay. Now, some of you guys, by the way, there's no plastic here. It was a plastic shell. It's removed. I had to do that in order to clear off, of course, the... so no worries about me leaving a sticker on there. I've only done that like once in my life. Now, there might be those of you who are like, I don't think that's the best way to apply thermal paste. Okay, That's okay that you think that. I don't blame you for thinking differently than me. This has worked for me, where I've gotten solid temps, and I can just clean it later if it's too much. It's fine to differ in opinion on how a thing can be done, because it can be done however we want. One thing I do try to do, though, is I try to apply even downward pressure when I'm applying this so that it gets good contact. And I will keep that pressure up as I turn these. I'll keep even downward pressure as I apply these thumb screws so that none of them pulls down too much on one side. So I'll turn the thumb screws until they're kind of like not turning easily anymore. And I'm not letting the screw apply the pressure. I'm letting my hand apply the pressure. There's that one. Here we go. If I need to swap out, I can, but I'm keeping even pressure the whole time. Oh boy, that one's going to be a little hard to get to, but I can do it. I've done this many different ways. I've done it to where I just let it sit and I will like back out each of the thumb screws with a screwdriver until I feel the thread pop as if it's resetting, like it just passed the point where it would bite and engage. And then I'll do 1, 2, 3. Go to the other one. Do that till it pops and engages. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then, in a X pattern. I've done that. It's tedious, but it also works. This, to me, is just easier when I'm not talking a lot and I'm focused, which I'm not, but I could be. You don't know. Okay. Now I'll get my handy dandy screwdriver and just give it a few turns each until it won't anymore. And I'll try to do it evenly. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then we start over again. 1, 2. That feels like that's about as far as it wants to go. 1, 2. Not that one, though. Well, that's weird. Okay. 1, 2. That's about done. 1, 2. Okay. Just make sure they're all even pressure now. Now, the thing is, these are generally supposed to, some of these are just designed to go until they don't turn anymore. The reason you want to do even pressure the whole way through, though, is to guarantee even spreading of the thermal paste between the cold plate and the IHS. So you don't want it to all squeeze out in one direction and then the other side doesn't have coverage. So, cool? Cool. And it's done. There it is. Okay, you just got to connect a whole bunch of cables now, put in the power supply, connect those cables, and power this sucker up. Anthony, it does look like good airflow. I do think so. How much is this build total? Guardian, I have no idea. But if you want to try figuring it out, I'll tell you what's in it. First off, the case is 3. Okay, we'll go here. Oh, by the way, we do need to put the GPU in, obviously. That goes without saying. Okay, so the case starts at, the case is $359 with the 14-inch touchscreen, 10-point touchscreen. So that's $359 for the case. I have probably about $375 in CPU cooler and fans included in there. The motherboard, I think, is about $400. It's an N7 Z790. The CPU is a 13900K, which just dropped in price, so figure that into there. I have the G-Skill Trident Z5 RGB RAM, 64 gigs of DDR5 at 6,000, DDR5 6000 CL30. And we have the Gigabyte Aero 4080 going in there. Okay. Are you following along? Are you going to be getting all these prices? I'd love to know what this comes out to. And then the power supply is the NZXT. Where is it? It's a C1200. C1200. I got it right. C1200 Gold ATX 3.0 power supply. And that's the next thing I'm installing. But so far, she's looking good. Did I miss anything? Oh, there's like a $20 USB 3 card and PCIe card in there. There's that. Okay, time to get the power supply in here. Then it's time for all the wires. So, I just put this here. I'm going to go ahead and move it out of the way now to make sure I don't knock it over or something. Now, I'm not going to use the cable extension for the GPU because I've got this little guy. So we can just use a regular cable for that, and it should be fine. You won't be able to see it, really. It'll be just tucked right down behind the GPU. Oh, my God, they're all coming out. Oh, my God. There we go. Main one is that 24 pin. That is the main one we got to worry about. That. Get several of these right here. One of my favorite things to do with cable combs, back when you had 8-pin PCIe connectors for GPUs, is I would get extras of the 24 pins, and there was even a point where I 3D printed some 16-pin ones. So if you had like a GPU with dual 8-pin PCIe connectors, you could use the 16 slot one, well, not 16, but 8 to like make that all go together. Or you can use, if you have 3 8-pin PCIe connectors, you could use the 24s here basically, which is actually 12 across, and you can keep them all together with that. It looks really cool. Well, it looked really cool back when I would do that. Okay. I think 4 should be enough, which is good because that's all I get. Okay, thank you, Asia Horse. Good deal. That should be plenty. Mobo's 300. That sounds about right. Yeah, it's got a touchscreen on the case. Is this your build for you? Actually, no. This is not even its final form. This is because the case launched today that I'm doing this build. Congratulations, HYTE. And fix the filters, please. Don't forget, it's a 4K touchscreen on the corner. I'm pretty sure I said so. I like the case, very unique and original. Mike, I like to hear that. You know, if you've been in the business for a long time, then it's really easy to feel like, yeah, it's just another computer. But I'm glad that you look at that. Hey, man, great hanging out with you with TC. Nice shirt, by the way. Oh, you don't say, said Nick from Newer. Am I representing? I think I am. Thank you. And it was cool hanging out with you, too. I know you wanted to, like, go out and grab dinner, too, but I just, you know, I was so tired every day. There was only one night where I actually went out. One. And it was, like, the Razor thing. and that was too crazy for me. Fun though, but maybe if I was like 10 years younger, I would have had more fun, but not really my scene now. Power supply, let's go. Why don't I unbox it over there? Good idea. I know I was going to get this cable ready, but instead we're just going to mount the power supply and worry about that later. That's fine too. Bye-bye. What was that? Oh, well. Sorry, I did not hear you say 4K. Yeah, man, I'm fried, finally home. Glad you're home, safe. Glad everything went well. How did it go for you? "12 VH power." Look at this. Look at this pretty little box right here. This little box of juice. Oh, what's this? What are you? Warning: to prevent damage to your system, do not connect cables from other power supplies, including previous C-Series Gold models. Advertencia: para evitar daños en tu sistema, no conectes cables de otras fuentes de alimentación, ni siquiera de los modelos anteriores de la serie C Gold. Claro. I don't think I pronounced all that correctly, but I was probably close, you know. Okay, look at this. 1,200 watts of quiet power in this little guy right here. Small for 1,200 watts and ATX 3.0, PCIe 5.0, whatever the heck you want to call it, but it's got it. Someone give me a price on this thing. NZXT C1200 ATX 3.0. I should be looking this up myself. Great, did an insane amount of networking. That's awesome. I'm happy to hear that. I don't know what came over me with that one couple where they were like, yeah, okay, just check out your stuff. And I was like, oh man, you guys, you just need these lights and like green screen. And then I was like showing them Motion Studio. Then I took them back over to Newer, and I was just hanging out. Why did I do that? It's just when I get excited about stuff, like high quality lighting equipment and accessories and camera equipment and stuff for a great price, I get excited about that. Oh, you can't see here. Hold on. Not that I use it myself or anything. Totally do. Totally do. Because I have good taste. All right. Okay, so this just goes in there. Now, listen. Over 20 years of building PCs, I have still messed this up myself. This is your fan. It's an intake fan for cooling your power supply. It needs to be facing outward. I have messed this up before, okay? I have. So there, 4 screws, you're good. So I should probably connect all my cables first before I screw it in, just to make that part a little easier. Let's go ahead and do that. So that's our 8-pin EPS, or it says CPU and PCIe. Let's do that. And this requires SATA power, so does this. Actually, I need to not forget this cable right here. This sort of does everything for the AIO. And this connects to a lot of stuff. So You may or may not want to use the triple fan header right there from here, unless if you have something like a hub, you can use that. But you do have to connect this guy right here. This is your SATA power for the CPU block. This right here should provide PWM. So connect that to a fan header, probably the CPU fan header. And then that's your USB port right there, the onboard USB header. So now they are nice enough, because their product requires that you use a USB off the motherboard. They do have a splitter where you can have 1 into 2. So you don't lose that one, because a lot of devices these days require that connector. Now let's get this power supply hooked up. Nick, by the way, what do you think about the mic setup? I got like IEMs, right? And like the head-worn microphone. Sounds pretty good. But check this out. So mic goes into the wireless Me. That goes direct into the Rode Wireless Go. No, the Rodecaster Pro 2. It like has an internal thing apparently. But this is interesting. To monitor myself through the IEMs, I'm using this like really kind of crappy Mackie XLR to wireless thing. And this is like the camera receiver, but it has a headphone jack on it for monitoring audio. So I use it for wireless monitoring. You know, wireless monitors are like super expensive. So I did it. That's how I do it. I know I was showing you really small and I'm on the corner here, but I should have gone to the big camera. Whatever. Anyway, that's my setup. But yeah, those people did get really happy, and that made me happy. It's in the box for the power supply. I was like, where are the screws? There we go. Got our 4 power supply screws there. Let's get our cables done, get them all connected up. Then we can mount it and connect everything, and Bob's your uncle. There you go. There we go. There's that one. We're going to need a SATA power cable here. And I happen to have one of those. Right? Right, yeah. Please ignore the mess. All the best food comes out of a messy kitchen. And it's actually power supply. First. Davidoff's rule, unique and original VP until it's never happened with P rating it. Huh? Not sure I follow. That was the best deal I could find at the time. Sure, yeah, absolutely. $245 at the moment. Okay. Honestly, I just like I've had some high-powered power supplies that are just massive. And it's just nice to have one that's compact. Yet it has, even for that, the fan takes up like the whole thing. It's not like they're cutting corners there. Twiddle PWR. Let's get that. I might want to go ahead and route this thing before I put the power supply in, because it's like right there. Sure, that'll do. All right. Well, that just pulled it halfway back, but whatever. It's still at least started. Or not. There we go. That should be enough cables right there. Now that because I kept all these bundled, I can just move them out of the way to get the power cables in underneath everything else. There we go. And I should go ahead and mount those screws so that it doesn't like fly out of there. All right. Lots of good ventilation on this thing too. Like it's all perforated all on the back and all on the side here. So should breathe pretty well. Check, check. Okay, good. I am glad that I switched to the KPX so that all things will be equal when we test all the same components in a different case. And that'll be, you'll have the results of that in the next build stream, which I was certainly not planning on doing 2 of those. I really wasn't, but yet here we are. Got another one of these coming up way sooner than I anticipated. Oh boy, I don't like when they're dragging around like that. Let's manage these first. And I can rest on this a little bit, just like lean on it. Okay. Might as well plug some things in. So of course our 24 pin is going to go to the extension cable we have. That looks nice and pretty. But these 4 SATA connectors, we won't use all of them, but we will be using some of them. There's that one. Here's the one for the case. I know there was a... There it is. Okay, there we go. See, they have the 3M Velcro stuff for this controller. I prefer magnets usually, but sure. All right, Mike, you got it. Have a good one. Yeah, this is that sort of like, kind of like hook and loop if there was all hooks and no loops. Whatever. It's going to be coming out of the case anyway, so I'm not going to attach it like that. I'm not going to worry over much about the cable management in this because, first off, there's a ton of space. And secondly, it's going to be coming out. So let me just plug this into the AIO CPU block here, CPU pump AIO head thing guy. Hello, here you go. And that's nice because for the previous version, it used to be like 2 cables. Now it's just 1. Nice. And that is the USB connection right there. And this is for the CPU. This actually is for the AIO pump, which I'll connect those things when I can lay it on its side. Let's just get all the power connections down first. Oh yeah, that's going to be one of these. Okay, there's our RGB hub, RGB controller. Now, NZXT, this is a single, this is an RGB header that controls exactly 3 fans. Do you really think someone who gets an AIO from you guys is only going to get just the AIO and no other fans from NZXT? This should have like 6 or 7 at least. Not quite ideal, I would say. Especially considering this thing by itself takes up a whole USB 2.0 header. But that's why you supply that right there. I'm really keen on seeing how the, and this is not a slight to NZXT saying this, I'm just excited to see how the thick AIO is going to come out from, how it's going to turn out, the one from HYTE, of course. Let's see how that shakes out. Very curious. Okay, so I have, oh, that's actually a front, that's a front panel header? No, I was looking for the other one from ZAIO. There we go. Keep them both on the same USB because why not? There we go. Got it. And then I can just run this one header to the USB 2.0 in off the motherboard, and there we go. We are reaching the tail end of the build, everybody. Don't you worry. Not much left after this. I feel like I'm failing my buddy Roby by not obsessively doing the cable management, counting my zip ties, making bets with you guys how many zip ties there would be. But it was very shortly before the stream started that I realized I would be taking this thing apart sooner rather than later. But the same build in another system. So, in other case, it's going to be fun though. It's going to be fun comparison. Now, I do need to do the mind-bogglingly boring part of putting the combs on this 24 pin. Oh, that's what felt like lost one of them. Did I? I believe I did. Oh, good. Oh, well. So, question for you guys. For those of you who have done these, when you do combs and you know it's going to bend like this way, do you put it with the open part facing outward or the solid part facing outward? What would you do? Bag in front. Okay. Oh, what was that? That's fine. Thank you, though. Appreciate that. Thank you for the heads up. Generally, to make the 24 pin easier, I'll go basically down the middle like this between the 2 layers of 12 wires each and just separate it just like that. Just to do the one full row and then the other full row separately. Solid part for looks, says Orchaos. Well, let's see what way the 24 pin is facing here. Okay, so it's one of those reversed ones. Not reversed, but the clip is on the outside. So basically, this is going to be the part that shows. Well, for Orchaos, who has been hanging out for, I mean, you've been joining the streams for a very long time. I'm doing this for you, buddy. Just for you. I'm putting this on the outside. If it looks terrible, that is your fault. I'm kidding. It's going to look fine. It's whatever. Here, let's do top down for this part. Maybe you'll enjoy that. I don't know. Oh, those got a little twisted up. There we go. You know, you can only do one at a time, really, because otherwise it pushes against the one next to it, and then they can't. Neither of them can go in. Kind of like the Three Stooges, all three of them getting stuck in a door at once, that kind of thing. Now, I do have the Strimmer V2 Plus, if that's what it's called, for this, but I ain't gonna mess with that. This is gonna look too clean. Okay, that's that part done. Separate them once again. Hope we're having fun out there in YouTube land. Nope, skipped one. There we go. I promise, next time I'll do this ahead of time, all right? Unless you would miss that. Like, if y'all would miss me doing this, then I won't do that. I'll wait. I'll let you enjoy it. Riveting, I know. You're on the edge of your seat. Well, sit back. It's dangerous. You will fall off of your seat. Are you crazy? It's just cable combs. There we go. Already looking fine. Look at that. I do like the pliability of these. They're quite nice. Some of these braided cable extensions can be somewhat stiff. It helps for training them, like getting them into a certain position where it kind of stays that way, but it's annoying at the same time. Oh, I was about to put this one in a different orientation than the others. That would have been so aggravating for myself and for a few of you out there. I like all kinds of gaming PC builds. This is relaxing. Keep doing this on a regular basis. I can't afford to do that. I had help from a company with some of the parts. Otherwise, I can't just afford to do PC builds all the time. I was talking about it very early in the stream. It's called component support. And I rarely get that because I talk about pre-builds. And the DIY parts of these companies, they don't really focus on that. And they're the ones who have access to parts for component support. Haha. There we go. Just nudging those in there. They're not too good for their homes. There we go. All right. So then you train it a little bit, kind of bend it the way you want it to go. The back is just going to look bad because the inside is going to be shorter than the outside. And here, they all just mix up. I have done a little trick where they evened out through the combs, where I had it like spread out. It was pretty cool. That's what I did with the Y60 build in December or January. So then we can go in from the front, boop, right there, comes out, and we can run it behind everything else to kind of let the other cables keep it at bay there, I guess, or in place. And I guess it's hard for me to show you this. I just don't want to knock stuff off the table, but there we go. That did it. And then we just take this on this side and plug it in. One thing I noticed about these that caught my attention was the fact that they actually had white plastic for the connectors. Some of them will be more, I don't know, cow, orca, or stormtrooper style, and they'll have black connectors and white cables, which is just a little weird. I don't know. There we go, super clean. On the front, the back, different story. And in the back, you just take your 24 pin, you get the other side of that, and you connect them together. But I'm going to tuck this cable back first, sort of get it out of the way, and then bring it up to connect to... Oh my gosh, this is such a long build. I should have started like early today, but I was not ready for that. I would not have had this AIO on time if I had started early. I prefer to do it this way rather than having to use a 280, which I feel wouldn't have looked optimal. It would look fine. It would look fine, and that's especially if you're doing that. If you're running a 280 in here because it's what you have, don't feel bad. I think it would look fine. But I wanted to run a 360. There we go. So I bought it. All right. Now I have a few fan cables to connect, a few front panel headers to cables to connect, and then GPU. And that's it. I promise. I also got, yeah, so what the heck? Let me see. Let me get the 3 RGB cables from the... I have to undo this bundle, but that's normal. That's fine. From the top fans. And I'll plug those into the fan hub provided with the AIO. I don't know that I have enough RGB connections as it stands. There's like 4 on the board, and this is going to plug into one of them. So we actually should be fine. I just don't think I can get RGB from the 2 fans in the bottom. I need like a larger hub from NZXT. Oh, guys. NZXT, just put the full hub with your AIO. Come on. I doubt HYTE would do their customers that way. What's up? What's up? Let's have a rivalry. Yeah, fighting in the streets. Warriors come out to play. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going a little loopy there. No need to start referencing the Warriors. But, no, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I just wish that I didn't have to be concerned about that during this build, because there's certainly already enough to be concerned about. Here we go. Get this. Separate the RGB. Oh my God. Separate the RGB connectors, which are these weird ones. 1, 2, and 3. And the rest are, wait. Identical? No, different. Okay. I just grabbed one that was incorrect. There we go. There's that one and this guy. Okay. And this is not helpful to you guys at all. I mean, it's too small to notice, but these are like shorter proprietary RGB connectors for NZXT, which needs to go away. Proprietary connectors, more like e-waste generators, because like, what if you stop? Well, I mean, we want you to stop using proprietary connectors. I don't know. It's just everything should be interchangeable. There are standards already. You don't need to make your own. It's just a sort of walled garden thing you're doing. And it's weird. It's for PC fans. That's weird. Let's hook this up to the USB in the front. Can you see? Okay. I probably should have done these before I connected this. Sorry, I got to point it towards me so I can actually see it. Okay. Yeah, it's like behind this, so sorry. Do what I wouldn't give for like tacos right now. All right, sorry. I just got to look at this. There we go. I know I have another one. Just gonna tuck this right behind that H, right there. I told you guys, I'm not doing any impressive cable management here. I'm just trying to get this finished. What are you putting in the PC? PC components. Asteri Wolf, oh my gosh. It's been a minute, huh? How are you? Welcome back. Been playing Starfield and missed. Which GPU for this build? 4080. And it's a Gigabyte Aero 4080. And Trenton Sanderson, it is a 13900K, 4080, 64 gigs, DDR5 6000, and 1200 watt power supply, 2 terabyte, Gen 4 NVMe drive. There you go. Okay. Just I'm about to do the whole shove it and forget it kind of thing here, and I'm not that usually that guy when it comes to cable management, but it's late. I'm starving beyond reason, and I just want to be done. Okay, so this is for the AIO pump, and guess where we plug that in? Right where it says AIO pump, right there. Got it. There we go. Now for these 3 fan connectors, I'm going to go ahead and use the 3 fan header that's coming off the AIO. I feel like that's just fine. And we'll let the AIO control that based on CPU temps because it is connected to the CPU. And those can go with the RGB controller right in here. I had such good intentions. I know you can't see what I'm doing. Sorry. I had such good intentions with the cable management here. Yeah. Normally, I would even like get little bits of tape to keep RGB and fan connectors together, but I didn't do that, and I'm not going to. Oh, Steri, I'm sorry. I was actually supposed to simulcast on Twitch and on YouTube, but Restream was being a butt, and I was like an hour late because I was like, forget it. I'm just going to stream on YouTube because this is content stuff, so it needs to live on YouTube. Yeah, I'm good. Just came back from TwitchCon. Had a good time. About how much does it cost? Trenton Sanderson, I don't know. It's probably like a $3,000 system, $3,000 to $3,200, something like that. The case by itself is $360 because it's a brand new case, has a 4K 14-inch touchscreen integrated into the case right there, which we're going to show off here in a bit. It's very fancy. Okay. I'm just looking at all these connections that are not connected, and I'm like, I don't have any more. Like, what AIO comes with such a weak fan hub? NZXT, like, it's going to be, let it be for the whole system. A waste of a hub. Because people who get like a bigger one, if you sell a bigger one, are going to just throw, it's just e-waste then. Like, But then again, if someone already has one and they buy the new AIO, it's e-waste anyway. So I guess I get it. I don't know. All right, I got to connect all of this. All of it. Okay. Seems HYTE doesn't include a fan hub either. So thankfully, there are NZXT specific headers in here. It's gonna make. I just have to make sure that at least all of the fans that are in the top here are lighting up. So that's one of the. Forget it. Just open up. Open up. There we go. I need to hydrate real quick. Hey Trenton, thanks for joining the Swarmies. I appreciate that. Beautiful build. Thank you. Not this side. This side's ugly. But I'm actually going to take all these components after testing this. I might end up testing it off stream, but I at least want to show the screen lighting up. After testing this, I'll be able to take these components all out, put them into another new case that's launching soon to test them directly against each other. I think that's awesome, and I like that. So I'm not making it pretty, that's for sure. Although that's my normal thing to do, is to do all nice cable management and all of that. If I'm just going to be taking it apart anyway, yeah, why do I need to do that then? Okay, so this is the side intake fans, very important. And do I have I think I have just a PWM splitter amongst my random cables. I might go check in my garage, in my toolbox in my garage. I believe I have a PWM splitter to at least make sure that the bottom fans spin. But I know along the top here, I should have some fan head. Let's see, I have 2 RGB connectors, 2 fan headers. Make that 3. What else did this need? This was the AIO. So that's it. It just needed power. It's gonna use the USB to run the fans itself. And I am gonna probably tidy up this cabling for some B-roll later, just to show how you can utilize that space. But yeah, I'm not doing it on stream. That would be madness. Madness. But Asteri, how have you been? I was going to go to TwitchCon, but I wasn't able to get off for it. So instead, I'm going to Italy for a few days. I am so jealous. Do you know how much I hate Vegas? The fact that TwitchCon was in Vegas was a crime. You know what else was a crime in Vegas? All the crimes that were probably happening in Vegas. I hate Vegas so much. It's so bad. I don't like it there. Really nice locals, though. I always meet a lot of nice locals when I go. But, like, why does CES have to be in Vegas? It's a professional event for industry people. Why Vegas? I hate Vegas so much. I am not a party guy. I am a homebody. I like to relax. I like to use my vacations to do nothing. That's the best kind of vacation, when you do nothing. But it wasn't a vacation, it was work. That's what I'm doing. Every time I go to those fun events, I'm working, but I still usually manage to have a pretty good time. So I can't really complain, but I do anyway. All right, it's sad. I have to run one of these fans to like the bottom connectors, because there's 2 more NZXT RGB connectors there, and a bunch of fan connectors. I think I'll have enough fan connectors for all of them probably. But they're all going to be like separately controlled, which is really annoying because like if you create a custom curve, you have to do it like 8 times. But, you know, maybe it'll be nice and have a way of me copying and pasting that. I don't know. I'm just gonna continue and stop complaining. Well, no, I'm gonna keep complaining, but I'm also gonna keep continuing. So I can get you a streamer who can do both. Oh, I forgot to mention one of the people I met at TwitchCon. And it was really surreal. Because like there's people I've been watching for a while, and then there's some people that have been part of my awareness of YouTube people for a while. So when I went to like a Razer after party, not really my scene, but I still had a good time. I met Julian, like Jenna Marbles' Julian, and I like nobody that I met there other than maybe Gerard the completionist because he's just such a big personality. But like that, nobody else really made me freak out internally. But I met Julian and I was like, you're the guy. I'm watching you for like 10 years. How's your air? Your air. Nobody asks how your air is. Stupid. Hey, can I get a? Okay, you cool? You're cool. Yeah, it was. Actually, I was way cooler than that. Honestly, I was pretty chill, and you know, it was mostly because I couldn't hear anything. Cause God, that music, it was really good. But like, just like, relax. Ugh. You said you had an H7 Flow, but unless the fans you bought came with an NZXT hub, the case didn't come with one, from what I remember, as it's not the Elite. Right? Yeah. Funny. Give the fan hub to the case that has worse airflow. I'm okay though overall. I have like 3 reasons to go to Vegas. I have a few friends that live there for an interview that I turned down now, or to use it for a layover. Yeah. I didn't even think about Vegas. Why is it in Vegas? That makes no sense for that kind of thing. That's a gambling place. Well, Anthony, Vegas hosts a lot of events. As a matter of fact, as I was mentioning earlier, CES, which is an international industry event for companies to showcase new technologies, happens in Vegas like every year. I went for the first time in January and I had a great time, except that it was in Vegas. Yeah, I don't like Vegas. I'm sorry. I've gotten that point across. I think I can. I'm just beating a dead horse now. And that wasn't like a Vegas horse gambling pun, okay? Just a turn of phrase. Okay. I do at least want the front to look a little bit nice. But man, I don't know about the fan cabling that I did here, the way I ran it. I don't really like it, but it's there, and I'll fix that later afterwards, and you don't even need to worry about that. I'll worry about that. You get to just relax. Maybe, you know, listen to some like chill beats to watch Braethorn build a PC too. I know I don't play music in this any. I do wish I was playing some tunes or something to listen to, but yeah, I just need to get these and these done, and then that's it. I feel like I've said that a lot on the GPU. That's easy. It's fine. Okay, there's that. Oh wait, hold on. Hold up. Wait, so that's another how many? Oh, that's the front panel. Okay, HYTE. This is something that HYTE does that is one of my favorite things. Those little, the worst connectors in PC building, where there's just the little tiny ones. You have to get the polarity right. You have to get them just positioned perfectly. Monoblock right there. Bam. Unified front panel headers. Front panel connectors is the way. That's awesome. And it was the same way for the Y60. I believe the Y40, because I didn't get to do a build in one of those. But yeah, it's good. That's good stuff. I like that. Because then all you got to do is just make sure you're putting it in correctly there. There's going to be like a blank pin right there. You can't see it. I'm pretending you can. And there's going to be a missing pin here. You just have to line those up and then you're good. Okay. That's all the front panel connectors for your power button and reset button and stuff. Oh my God. There's more USB. One more. And that's the USB Type C. Do you need to connect that? Not a problem. Pretty easy. Got the USB 3.0s. Easy, not a problem. It's really just the fans I'm worried about. And it's funny because I was like right there at Altex today getting that AIO, and I was like, do I need like a splitter? I don't think so. I'm sure they include everything I need. You know, I can probably... Why don't I just grab it from the other AIO? Well, because it's not going to cover the PWM part, just the RGB part. And it also needs to connect to... What did this connect to? Whatever. This is fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. Pay me no mind. So I need to connect... All right. 3 more fans. Making sure I at least get the side ones here for RGB, but they do all need to have power so that they can fan, you know? Okay. Just gonna keep like switching sides here. It's just easier this way. Did I say it was easier this way? I honestly don't know anymore. But here. Mm-hmm. Okay. There's one. So there's 2 more RGB connectors, and there's 3 fans. Oh, that's great. All right, it's a sys fan 1. At least I can power all the fans because there's 3 more fan connectors right here. Is unless I put it upside down and maybe break the connection. But I didn't break the connection. I'm fine. Everything's fine. There we go. Okay, PWM. What does PWM stand for, you ask? Why, that's easy. It's pulse width modulation. It's a way of which you can use to control the RPMs of your fan, the speed of your fan. And now you know. And knowing is half the battle. The other half is fighting. I wonder if I can convert that to, because there's like a regular RGB connector there. I wonder if I can just convert that for that last fan and just have it work slightly differently in a really annoying way. Okay, just this USB here real quick. Oh, that's the HD audio. Yeah, sure. I'm just going to tuck that down. We don't need that. Ain't nobody going to be connecting their headset to no audio jack. Okay. This really is just like how I am when I'm prepping for a stream, like starting out with all good intentions and then just completely deteriorating into chaos as time goes on. Oh. It's two, yeah, I had two, that's right. I had two more RGB connectors. We're just going to toss the dice, connect one of them, and see which one that might be. Oh, well. This is great for my back. Love this feeling right here. Oh, got it. Oh my gosh. USB connections, GPU, Dunyan rings. Okay. Oh, and this one USB connection real quick. Well, that's fine. It's right here. There we go. All right. Here's a little tip for you guys. If you're going to build in any of the HYTE cases, don't connect this PCIe riser cable until you've done all of your small little connections down here, including HD audio if you intend to use it. You're welcome. Oh, I'm better than this. I'm better than this mess. I'm sorry. Oh well. Okay. USB connections for front panel and finito. That's just two cables. One. And he never did the second one, driving everyone out of their minds. All right. There we go. Click that in there. All right, guys, time for the magic moment where we put in the GPU, because it's way easier than anything else we've done. And that's like magic. Can't believe I'm going to do this all over again next week. But it should be a lot of fun. So be sure to get subscribed for more positivity from yours truly. Anthony P., that's something I was talking about earlier, how there was no thermal interface in the N7 B550 before. Now it does have it. So there is a thing right here you need to remove before installing the GPU, and it tells you so. There we go. It's got some captain's tape right there, protecting those contacts. And this is just beautiful. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? Up. We had one little peel left. That's worth like 3 FPS right there. Okay. So of course we need to make some room for this. Look how easily this turns now that I have such beautiful cable management back here. Go ahead, be jealous. Seriously, do you want to wait around while I make sense out of that? No, you don't. That happens off screen. Well, okay, bye-bye. So even though this is like a 3.5 slot card, they only went with a 2-slot PCIe slot cover, so that's enough removed right there. We can go ahead and mount this puppy. Let's go. Oh, actually, before I do that, no, let's do this now. No more waiting for me. So just unclick this right there, make sure it's open, and it is. Oh, this is going to be good. Just make sure I have that lined up properly. What? There we go. Okay, I will say this, like I need to kind of like push this in order to make it line up with the hole there. At this point, I'll take it. I don't care. I'm done. I'm done. This is great. It's perfect, actually. Okay. I don't feel like this didn't need to be as tight as it is, like as close it is, but you know what? Totally fine. And we still managed to keep our half height USB 3.0 expansion card. So it is possible. You can do that. Okay. I've got this little guy right here. Is this the right one? Because I wasn't sure what the orientation of the 12VH PWR connector was, so I ordered both of these, both versions, basically. But this is going to help us tuck away that nasty-looking cable right there. I think this might be the right one. Oh, yeah. Okay. So the way this works, you take your cable and you plug it into one side here. Now, would I rather be using like a Cable Mods V1.1, the newer one? Yeah, I would. But this is what I have, and it's what I'm going to use. because it's going to make it look nice. Gotta be careful because these cables are pretty thick, so they can like push upwards if you're not careful. Okay, and it also won't click because this one's reversed like that. There's no clip on the inside, so it's not going to click, but it cannot go in any further. It does not wiggle at all. There is zero movement. It is firm. And look at how clean that is. Look at how freaking clean that is. Huh. All right, let me fix this real quick. And we're going to light this sucker up. Now, the top, the fan cables in the top, that's not ideal. I think I was supposed to go over and into here. Not changing it now. That's where it lives. That's what it's like now. That's how it's living. Okay. Can't shake the feeling that I'm forgetting something. But that's just because I don't honestly get to build PCs very often. Get the rest of the panels on. And, actually, I can't put the side panel on yet. Well, you know what? I'm leaving the glass off. Glass can stay off, but the top panel goes on. What do we think, guys? Pretty good? This is actually terrible. Hold on. I didn't even route these like at all. 1 second. You know what? It's fine. I'm gonna die if I don't eat soon. So a few black cables on the top is it's tolerable. That's totally fine. Okay. White Pinoy, no thank you, please. It is a big boy. And consider that this is like a 3.5 slot card and it still has this much room to breathe. That's the whole purpose of this case, is to give a lot more airflow and space for big chunky GPUs. Let me just use the app for this so I can turn them back on easily. Yep. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Got to get the lighting right. You know how this works. Also, my camera's looking like a little low on battery. But I have a spare one like right here, so it's okay. There we go. There's one, a two, and we'll just have the overhead light on. I think that's sufficiently dramatic. All right, let's go. See, I didn't forget to power on the PSU. There we go. There she blows. Wait till that screen comes on. Oh, I didn't, crap. I messed it up. So time out. Cut the power. I forgot, God, I forgot to put in the DisplayPort cable. No. Also, I didn't hook up a monitor. No. This is the tiny DisplayPort cable that comes so you can hook this into your GPU. All right. Okay. Explanation over. There we go. Oh, that's the, it's the, okay. It's literally showing like, hey, your memory changed. You need to hit F1 to set up. I'd rather look at a regular monitor for that, to be honest, because we have to download something for this to work the way it's supposed to. That's how things go, guys. My God, what a war zone this is now. Good Lord. Okay, let me get that hooked up. Ah, that's right though. I need to install Windows still, and now there's a download to do, and it's like, I guess what we can do. Do we do like a to be continued? The physical build is done, but now we need to test it. But let me ask you guys, what do you think? Clearly, this is the fan that lit up. I need one more RGB connection, NZX further stream, in another stream. When is that going to be, you ask? Well, I would like to get that software installed to show you guys, I guess, or maybe I can just stream really soon and you can be part of the process. What do you think? I cannot go on. It is 2:17 in the morning. I'm very tired. I'm very tired. And okay. Part 1 of the build is complete. We have power. We have light. We have touch. No, not yet. No touch yet. You got to earn it. So, what we'll do, we will pick this up on Friday night. Come back Friday night, 8 p.m. Central. And this time, maybe it will also be on Twitch. Who knows? But we're going to be finishing this up Friday night, and you better be there. Don't mind the fact that I sat there with zero brain activity for like 20 seconds while thinking of like what night would be best. Now, Friday night it is, and it's going to be amazing because you're going to be there. That's right. You're going to probably be there, and I hope so, because like, oh, I just lost my chat. There was my chat. Yeah. You know what, guys? Please, I did this for a long time. If you have not already dropped a like, maybe subscribed, You can do those things, but the like is definitely the easiest one. If you don't want to see my face again on your feed, well, that's not up to me. That's up to the almighty algorithm. But if you're trying to avoid it, subscribing is a bad idea. But liking the stream, no harm in that. Anyway, that is going to be it for this one. Gosh, this thing is gorgeous. Screen or no? Look at that. Look at it. I actually like the combo, the contrast of the ring fans on the top and the glowing fans on the side. I think it's kind of cool, actually. But what if additional screen right here? What do we think? You know what? I'm not doing anything else. I'm done. I'm done tonight. I'm going to go get Whataburger, and I'm going to eat, and I'm going to pass out. Maybe cry. But like good, healthy cry. Like catharsis. Okay. HYTE Power will be watching. I hope so. Are they here right now? I don't have a list. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I am Breathorn. Additionally, I am tired and done and hungry, but I'm going to fix some of those things. Who knows which? Until next time, I hope you all have a great evening, and please take care.
Let's go, nerds!